shenanigans begin.
Let the shenanigans begin. Okay, well, God, really, was it truly that long ago? It can't be that long ago.
It's
The 8th,
January
baby!
9th. Yeah, January 9th was our last session.
Oh, 9th. Wait.
Close. I write because I write everything.
Okay, good. Because I wrote the wrong month in my book. I wrote down October 8th. It's like, no, I can't be back in October. My concept of time can't be that bad. No, I just miswrote my note. Whew, okay, I thought it was like 4 months, but hi, welcome back, everyone. It's been a month.
1 week.
Like,
1 week
A
since
week.
you looked at me.
I'll allow it. But last time you guys were all here, let's go do a quick recap. We just got done tackling the ghost pirate Pietra van Ries and her ghostly crew by basically turning undead them into almost oblivion. It sounds like, though, based on how things went, that they will return. Not sure when. But more importantly, you fended off what sounds like the first of what might be quite a few generals out working underneath the one and only Tiyet, the once dark pharaoh and grand general of Tiamat's armies. Having vanquished one of her allies for the time being, you made your way finally to the city of Aspio, the Torridel's center of magical education at the northeastern part of the continent. Having arrived, you were greeted by, of all things, customs! Magical customs. Gotta love it in a adventure setting. Where you basically got to meet up with a long old rival to Rita, Joanne Thomas, who apparently did better in school than her, and was awfully suspicious of the Eternia, who was not shy in poking and prodding Rita, who you had to control by essentially mind controlling her to behave, which I can't wait to finally address later on. Fortunately for you all, Rita, whether in her controlled or what have you state, suggested you guys go and ask for help from an old mentor, an old friend of hers who was, I guess, during her time, one of the RAs, resident associates of her dorm, who happened to be, of all people, the long-lost uncle of Shade, Elliot, who came on board, having been aware of all of your exploits at least a little bit, found your place, not entirely suspicious. It gave you guys the clear to enter the city proper to go and meet up with the Grand Master of the city itself. Before heading into the city, though, a few things of note. One, Dear Song of Autumn has been seeing a little green orb flying around here, giving her kind of audio cues and smelling a little bit of something familiar that just can't put your finger on. Two, a certain Shade got to meet up with the Phantom, aka Riker, who gave her an offer that she said she wanted to think on it. Granted, I think she said give her a few days, which...
Yeah, 2 days.
2 days, which now, outside of games, been giving her at least a month as a player to think about. So I'm curious to see how that goes today.
It's been fun!
Yeah. Riker has been essentially kind of a guinea pig along... Well, not guinea pig, I'll call it a guinea pig for now. No, that's rude. An assistant of sorts for Rita, with helping her develop more of her Balastia's technology, going so far as to acquiring a cute, adorable little bat companion. And then there's Melchior, who's been actually... Last I think, if I recall, buddy, we actually had you and Strahd kind of come to somewhat of an accord dealing with whatever Tiyet is doing. At least begrudgingly willing to not insult one another.
I never agreed to that part, but sure.
LOL.
Excellent, because I do love the wordplay with you. But that does go and bring us here today, once more on to the port of Aspio. Now, I believe we left off exactly looking at the city's front gates, which well, we're large enough, looks like, to allow in, we'll say, like the size, maybe like the size of the elephant, but for the most part, all of the various ships have been kind of like hanging out the dock or out kind of like certain like designated parts out in the bay. Going to and from this little customs area, there have been little like I guess you can call like ferry boats, not ferry boats, like little clearly a public transportation system, kind of helping people, wizards, students, and people just live here of all sorts, kind of get around the city at large. Uh, if you needed a refresher, I'll gladly do it. However, all the various schools of education have been represented out east, coming and going from the port itself, and from the glimpses you've seen as the gates have opened to let you in, the various schools that you know study here, which once again are the colleges of abjurations, conjurations, divinations, enchantment, evocation, illusion, and transmutation. Necromancy not being one that's studied here, that is more of a exchange program overseas. So, with that quick refresher and brought back in, it will say you guys are still presently on the ship itself. It's been moments after the Phantom has left Shade's room down below, but there's still at least a few moments, if you wish, to kind of reestablish things you wanted to talk about or plan before you enter the city proper. Now's the time to do it. Also, I would say it is roughly like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, not exactly midday, but not exactly evening yet.
Nods, nods. After the Phantom leaves, Shade does take a few minutes to calm down and collect her things, and try her hardest to compose herself, as she will take Breeze, stuff him in her pocket, and she will go back up to the deck, once again trying her hardest to compose herself. However, she looks ill. She looks pale in the face. Okay, are we ready to go?
I think so.
I was muted. Okay. Autumn at this point has gotten like Sabine is like strapped to her in the carrier, and she's got like Sabine's bag. Most of the bags she's carrying or that are strapped to her body are for Sabine, like diapers, etc., baby supplies. And she's got like a small bag of her own thing. She's not taking her bow in with her to the city, since I assume no weaponry is allowed.
Is no weaponry allowed?
I don't know, actually.
Because Shade's not going anywhere without her Moonblade.
I mean, I don't know.
Weaponry is allowed, considering that every wizard in town basically has access to, technically their weapons, so...
Well, alright then. In that case, she's taking her usual stuff. I don't know if Barda's coming along as well to carrying some of this stuff or not, or if he's staying behind. I did not confer with Flint regarding that. But regardless, she's got Sabine in like a carrier that she's got strapped to herself. It's like one of those front carriers, so like Sabine's strapped to her front. Baby carriers. And she looks at Shade and she's like, Shade, you look unwell. Are you hungry? Do you need something to eat?
Shade just looks at Autumn. I look unwell.
Yes, you look paler than usual.
Very shocking development after everything that's been happening.
I understand what happened with your uncle, but you look physically ill, as opposed to, well...
I mean, again, very shocking development. She just kind of like shrugs. I'll be fine.
If you say so. Autumn, tries to fish in her pockets. The only food that she can find is, one of the chocolates, and she hands it to Shade and says, maybe eating some of this might make you feel better? And puts it in Shade's hand.
You can hold on to it. I've got plenty of it. She'll hand it back. So, are we getting ready to go?
I assume so. Looking for the others.
I am ready when you are.
Melchior's right there.
Get off this boat anytime.
Alright. Shade'll head off the boat.
We exit the boat.
Roll for Christ, I forgot the name of the word.
Initiative?
Initiative. I was gonna say innovation, but no. Yeah. Shucks.
You
No, I
okay,
don't know.
bruh? Like,
Yeah, it's just my mind's been a flurry of different game systems the last month that I suddenly need to rewire it. Okay, no, just D&D, just D&D.
Connect the wires.
Yeah, yeah. Whew, okay. All right. Just for the sake of time, we'll say that. I guess you should tell me, like, honestly, I wasn't planning to have too many NPCs to follow you into the city this time around. Mainly, probably just Rita having, being her hometown. Otherwise, do you want more to come with you, or do you want it just to be you five for now?
Fine with it
Like,
just
so
being
you want-
five.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being just us. Would Rita?
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
just us is
would
fine.
be good.
That could work, yeah. I just hadn't gone over with you at all, so I was like, I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh.
They
Yeah,
can
no, like-
they can guard the boat.
Hang out on the boat.
Yeah.
Boat and chill.
Okay. So, coming down the boat, can you all give me to start off our rolls for the today? Just a nice spread of perception. I'm curious what you see, what your eyes all pick up as you get off.
Melchior, as usual, sees all things.
Okay,
Yep.
real quick. Have you guys been having issues with the chat not scrolling all the way down lately?
I just see that myself right here. That is really weird.
Yeah,
I've been having that. I've been having that issue for a while, and like I haven't said anything because it's not that important. You just have to refresh to fix it, but it's super fucking annoying.
You're not the only one that's had that occasionally. It doesn't happen to me all the time, but I have noticed sometimes it won't let me scroll all the way, and I just have to refresh.
Yeah, it happens to me at least once or twice a game.
Lee. Roll 20, why you do this?
Yeah, it's not a
Can't
big
make anything
issue,
easy.
but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't alone in the matter.
You're not crazy. It's a thing that happened, it seems. So, in case you are wondering, you are not a crazy.
What was that? I think it was Moody?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think I said anything. I'm not sure.
Okay, might have been Rob.
Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
Okay, I am
going
hearing
crazy.
things, folks.
Congrats!
That's going crazy! You crazy!
Good. I might need that insanity for today. Anyway, so okay. Thank you for those rolls. I'm gonna go from lowest to highest here. Dear Shade, you get off and are just kind of like, we'll say you're still kind of, your mind's a flutter from just we spoke about with Riker. Different our name.
Riker and Elliot.
Yeah, Riker and Elliot. Yeah, you're still kind of like caught off guard with just everything, with Riker's, the Phantom's offer, as well as the fact, hey, that's my uncle right there.
And he doesn't remember me, yeehaw.
Well, correction, he doesn't remember your father.
Well, he doesn't remember my father, and by extension, probably does or does not believe me about the niece thing.
Yeah. Judging by his face, who is, waiting up the side, he is not looking at you like, oh my gosh, look at that freak's coming. It's more so like I guess I would say a scientist curious about what the whole situation. Like, they're intrigued. Because having, studied at a magical school, they have seen all kinds of strange nonsense before. And sometimes, yeah, it could lead to things that kind of like go past the realm of imagination. Rector, you notice, and going up, anyone who beats this score would see this. This is just the level that they see. Rector, you kind of notice this kind of like unease between Shade and Elliot. But you also notice the glare. We're talking knives being tossed between Joanne and Rita as she comes off the deck. Like, they don't say anything to one another, mainly because of the lingering, mind control, but also just trying to.
Well, Rita's not under it
themselves?
anymore.
You're under it? Okay. In that case, yeah, they've said what they wanted to say for now, but there are glares. They are like, if not verbally, mentally, are like two cats fighting in an alleyway as they just kind of glare at one another as they come off the boat. There's niceties in their face, but the aura between the two is just electricity. Let's see. Autumn.
Yeah.
You, as you come down off the ship, you notice that all this kind of intensities between your friends. However, we'll say that you also notice, Sabine seems to be happily calm despite all of this, despite all this new, insanity around her. You also notice that she is giggling as her fingers seem to be kind of sparkling. Like they would normally happen as wild magic would go off.
Oh, no.
But nothing is happening. And based on your high level perception, it gives you the same. Your gut is telling you that this is the same thing you've seen in the past when inside anti-magic fields.
Oh.
As you feel this little slight bit of, okay, a V start to take you over as you realize, oh, good, they have precautions for wild magic babies.
That's a relief. A relief I didn't realize I needed at this time, but it is a relief.
Oh. And lastly, Melchior, with your 3-3. You see all. You see all of this, the relief, the tensity of everyone around you. However, you also can see in the distance that various members of the dock's security seem to be not lining to take you guys out, but more so seem to be kind of parting the sea in front of you, kind of almost leaving this perfect walkway, almost like you guys were some politicians visiting as ambassadors to this foreign land. Essentially, you got an escort ahead of you.
What we deserve.
Thank you for the royal welcome. Oh my gosh.
That's what you get if you, with it, around the 25 level. Around the 30 level, you can smell that familiar smell that when Autumn brought up the ghost she has been seeing, the spirit, the ball, or whatever, is in the air strongly, and your gut, your magical tendencies are telling you that there's something to be kind of hovering around Sabine right now.
Can I pinpoint what is so familiar about the smell?
Yeah, let's see. Give us a insight check.
Insight. 17.
Smells like cigars.
Who do we know that smoked cigars?
At least tobacco. Very familiar tobacco.
I'm racking my head, man.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody we know that smokes that isn't
I know Captain Barry smoked, I think, but
Yeah. I don't want to see him.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, Captain Barry's tobacco. Well, I'll just say this. was more cheap. I don't say cheap. Was like more tainted by the seas. Had kind of like a salty tang to it. This is more homey, warm. As someone who has probably been inside a dry place for a while, definitely kind of like to tell of their age.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
It's been so long. I really don't. I can't think of anyone.
We're gonna get hit with the reveal. We're just gonna fucking scream.
Yeah. I'm usually pretty good at this, but I can't. I can't think of anybody.
Okay. As you come off the ship, Elliot does give a quick nod. All right. All set for the journey into the city. It's not a long walk, but the Grandmaster's office is at the heart. So, well, he kind of bites his tongue. I'm not really the greatest at being a tour guide, but if you do have any curiosities to go along, by all means, speak up, and I'll do my best to, inform. That is, unless, Rita, you would like to share anything. Before Rita can speak up, Joanne just kind of scoffs on the side. As if you remember anything from 5 years ago.
I believe he was asking Rita. Joanne.
Joanne gives like a kind of an annoyed like eye roll as Rita kind of looks at you briefly with this little brief sparkle of eyes, just like, thank you. Rita will remember that. Though it's been a while, I would be happy to share what I know about my hometown. Because unlike some people, I grew up here, and though it may change, the heart of it will always be the same.
Hey Rita,
Yes?
once we get done doing with what we need to do, can you take me to some libraries for magical artifacts?
Oh, certainly. We have several. 100 of them throughout the city. They're more like to the point where more like bookstores scattered about the place than actually any central hubs. Unless you want to
What about Fey artifacts?
say, I can certainly think of a few. There would probably be in the conjuration, maybe the divination side of the city, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Shade nods and stands by, waiting for everybody to start going.
All right. Well, Ellie claps his hand. Yes.
I have a question. Where do I go to ask someone about wild magic for toddler?
Toddlers. Well, that is a good question. He thinks for a hot second. I guess it depends on what's like the typical effects of your little one's magic. Is it like what do they often do to?
I believe well, when I explained it to Rita earlier, she did mention transfiguration. She turned my sister's fire breath into bubbles. She has altered the age of my husband several times. She has turned her bed different colors.
She turned my hair
Huh.
rainbow once.
Yes, that also happened. So mostly harmless, but
Right.
it can be quite unexpected.
All right. So at the very least, it sounds like transmutation. At the very least.
Transmutation.
Yes. Those would be the ones in red. If more of her magic seems to be leaning that way, that's what I would start. But the thing with mild magic, with at least honing it, it's always a variety of different schools. But before you kind of like, you have to master one before you start mastering the rest. But we've had a history of wild magic students before, and I do not see how we can not help out the magically gifted, as we say, to becoming actually well-rounded sorcerers.
Oh, sorcery. I see. That's good news. I'm happy that we can get help.
Indeed. Well, let's not keep the Grandmaster waiting. He's, I guess, when I understand, been expecting you all for quite some time.
Is he some kind of seer or something? Divination.
Yes, he's. Rita steps in. Grandmaster spell is just that, a Grandmaster in all the forms. He is the master at abjuration, conjuration, enchantment, you name it. But you gotta start in divination. He's helped divine the city's fate many a times in the past. He often he has a knack for stepping into problems in the city before we know they're going to happen, which can be kind of off-putting at times, especially when you consider his, well, demeanor.
What does that mean?
He's a playful soul at heart.
Sounds a bit like a fairy, honestly. I mean, no offense. I hope I haven't offended anyone. Looks rapidly between Elio and Rita.
Both of them just give like knowing looks as they go back. You'll see. You'll see. But that said, right this way. Elliot waves on as Rita just. Oh. I really hope he doesn't do the dance. As she follows along.
Future dance?
The dance?
Rector is curious now.
They dance here?
I imagine every culture has dances.
Rita says underneath her breath, at least enough that you three or four can hear. His electives was in theater.
Rector smiles. I think I'm going to like this man.
Well, Shade starts walking.
Alright, we will follow, I guess.
Inside the city, past the gates, it is almost night and day. As the outside, it looked like it was like, I will say, late mid afternoon. Inside, it is like still high noon. At least it gives the impression of, because of all the sheer lights, but dazzling from every window and door and storefront or school front. As you pass by flocks of students of all shapes, sizes, races, and creeds. You pass by large, towering Goliaths wrapped in robes as they seem to be talking to tiny little mandrakes in their hands. You come across a few students of evocation. It looks like to be tabaxis from these scribs part of the world, these tiny little catfolk as they're tossing ice spikes and fireballs at each other in practicing rings. You come across illusions of all shapes and sizes as like performers try their hands at entertaining visiting school children from neighboring countries as they go and just display all kinds of wondrous sights to cheer them up, or just to really impress them. Which Rita just grumbles beneath her breath that nothing could beat the real thing.
Yeah, I was about to be like, how's Rita looking about this?
It's all just magical effects. Where's the heat? Where's the realism?
I think that perhaps that sort of realism might be dangerous for small children. Autumn like murmurs to Rita as she keeps like staring at everything. She's never been in a place that is so bright and so busy. She grew up in the freaking woods, for God's sake. So this is like someone has to keep like nudging her or like pulling her along because she just keeps getting distracted by all the shiny things.
Shade leads into Rita. I just think you're insane.
Please.
They're just playing pretend.
Exactly. Well, why play pretend when you can go and actually conjure up real fire blasts? Why fake fireworks when we have real fireworks?
They're children.
When I was their age, I was already casting my first my first fireball.
Well, not everyone is as gifted. She says, but she doesn't like look at Rita when she says this because her eyes keep like glazing over, looking at like some giant that's passing by with like a tiny like creature in its hand as he's talking some sort of foreign dialect. It's like saucer-eyed deer in the headlights, as it were.
Yep.
It's like her ears are swiveling in multiple directions like satellites, just like very stimulated right now.
Yeah, I was about
everything.
to say, Autumn looks like she's about to be overstimulated.
Yeah, it's just like definitely looking close to that at this point.
As I continue on, you pass by this one building that can be best described in like over the table as a never-ending shifting mold of jello, as it goes into like this. It starts as a castle before it shapes into this very large pumpkin, as it just morphs into this really tiny dog that like no one can even get through the front door. For moments before changing back into what looks like to be just a simple like stand for a kissing booth before shifting once more into this grand, glorious looking cathedral.
Autumn stops in front of this building and like grabs Rita by the sleeve, like so that if Rita had kept walking, she would find herself yanked. Is this the building? The one for transforming things?
Yes, that's the College of Transmutation. It often looks like that during school hours. Some of the magic inside... Don't worry, inside it's still the same, but all of the mistakes have to go somewhere when they often, well... The whole building transforms into, it looks like a giant wooden kazoo. That.
Autumn looks at Rita wide-eyed. I assume... Wait, we can't go in yet. Or when can I take Sabine inside?
I would recommend when they let out when the professors are, grading their students' homework and what have you, and when it's not so. Elliot speaks up. Chaotic? Yeah, chaotic.
Autumn looks at the building and slowly nods as it transforms into something else.
Looks like a giant thing. Looks like a classic school with kind of like, full-on bell at the top, red sides, but it's made up of balloons. A few kids come out looking like giant constructs made of yarn before they kind of slowly shape back into their normal forms as they leave the building.
Autumn looks at Sabine to see how Sabine is reacting to this.
Sabine seems to have the look of a child staring at the first time at a television set.
Oh.
She is transfixed.
So she says to Sabine, "We'll come back. We'll come back later." As she continues to follow everybody, but like she still is like watching the building for a while as they're leaving. This crazy building.
LOL.
My God, balloon building.
Before long, it's been about, we'll say like a good 20 minutes sense coming from the port that you finally reach your destination. You find find yourself in the city center. Uh, the building itself, actually, compared to the rest of the sites, seems to be the smallest yet simplest building around the entire area. In fact, this looks like a basic cottage. Out front is it's about the roughly, we'll say, square footage wise, about maybe 200 square feet, large enough for, I guess, a suburban home to go and rest on. And the cottage itself looks like to be a kind of a little teaching area, made from stumps. There's a podium on one side. It seems to have been aged, and the perimeter itself is just lined with a simple picket fence. Elliot gestures towards it as you kind of come to this tiny little building in a sea of large, towering, glowing buildings. The Grand Master lives there. The abode that this whole city has spawned from, where the first wizard of Aspio taught his first students. It's still kept the same for the most part, but inside it's, I guarantee you, a whole lot different.
How so?
It's bigger on the inside.
Of course. Of course it is.
You hear a whoop, 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 whoop sound. No one else has seen Doctor Who? Okay.
I have.
I know you have!
I have not, sorry.
I have.
Time and relative dimension and space. Anyway, bigger on the inside, you say?
Yeah. Every wizard or grandmaster's left their mark on the building itself on the inside and has become a figurative labyrinth indoors.
Fun. So do we have to make an appointment to see this guy, or can we just walk in?
The door opens on cue as you say that, Shade.
They did say he was expecting it.
I feel like he was waiting for you to say that.
So dramatic.
Shade doesn't look amused.
Autumn, sheepishly, walks through the door and, like, kind of thanks it, I guess, for opening. Like, as if it opened itself. Somehow. Like, of its own volition and will. Thanking the unseen person that opened the door.
Shade is... She hesitates for a moment, but then she'll walk inside, like, fuck it.
Rector casually strolls in, kind of excited, with a curious and happy face, like excited to see what this man is. Who this person is.
Rita poses herself. She brushes off the dirt and tries her best to mend the various cuts and scrapes in her robes and enters in behind those two. Elliot turns towards you, Melchior, if you're still outside.
Oh, I would have walked in with the rest of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he would have, before, as you've gone in, he would have handed over a ascending stone. Once you're done, send for me. I will be preparing places for you all to stay, however long you happen to be in town.
Much appreciated, Elliot. Thank you.
Okay. cracks fingers as I begin to stop the scene. Okay. A long time to think about this one. All right. As you step through the door, you find yourself in perfect darkness. There is not like the air is warm, the ground is solid, but the place itself is just perfectly void of all light as you hear a nice joyous music kind of come up as the spotlight kind of comes to one side as you see a cute little band of tiny little robotic frogs just jiving away as a light comes up on a man with silver hair, a beard, carrying a tray of drinks, comes up to you and just bows deeply like, "Oh, welcome, welcome. We've been waiting so long for every one of you. Let's see now. He looks at the tray and kind of spins it around. Here we go. I believe this would be perfect for you, madame." As he kind of just gestures it towards you, Autumn.
Thank you. And she like very carefully takes the glass, I guess, that's been presented to her.
Yes, it's a nice herbal tea mixed with the finest of peltes, flowers, and spices. It's got a little meaty touch to it, but nothing that really should keep you out of sorts. Now, let's see. Spins the platter on his hand again as a tankard of metal kind of like stops briefly towards you, Rector.
Oh boy.
And for you, a nice goblet of the Wizards of Wine straight from home. However, this one's been aged by a good 100 years, so it should be just right for one as experienced as you, Master Cleric.
Rector looks at him, grabs the glass. He's like, "It's rare to find a drink that's almost as old as I am. Thank you." So he leans back and he just takes a sip, looks at Autumn, Mori, and Shade, Moody and Shade. It's like, Mori and Shade, and it's like, "This is great."
Now for the first mate. I believe, you look like you're someone who really needs a good, hearty hot chocolate.
I'm
made
good.
with... You're good?
I'm good. She is looking this guy up and down though, trying to like get a read on him.
Roll insight.
God damn it.
You get the impression that... Granted, you probably didn't... I'm assuming, based on the elders have heard from Everdam, that they were not kindly, they were not joyful. However, you've probably heard plenty of stories from the Motley crew about what, a proper grandfather should be. And that's the impression you get from this guy. He's giving nothing but warmth, understanding, and patience.
She will ease up a little bit, but she's not fully trusting yet.
That's fine, as he just kind of like, with a wave of his hand, makes the mug disappear. However, if they want it, he does, behind the last glass, pull a little tiny little plate as he takes off the cover and as you see a little tiny, perfect charcuterie board of cheeses. If your little friend would like a little nibble, they're welcome to this.
Breeze pokes his head out of her pocket, like, And upon seeing that, Shade will take one cheese and hand it to him. Nibble, nibble.
Needle. Turning towards you, Melchior. You are a hard one to nail down, my good friend. Dear Captain, but I do get the impression that you're probably something that's a bit old school. Not say old school, something that brings back hearty memories. As he, with the last glass, starts from the top, passes his hand across it as it transforms into what looks like to be a fine cocktail with a little pink umbrella in it.
Umbrella.
I take the umbrella and I flick it at him.
Roll dexterity.
Dexterity.
Oh no!
Like straight dexterity?
Yeah, that's straight dexterity.
Okay. I'm gonna use luck.
Okay.
13.
Really?
Yeah.
You fling it as the umbrella goes straight towards the guy's nose. As he just kind of catches it in midair. I do love callbacks.
For old time's sake, right?
Right. And I'm happy that you remembered that reference. That was like the first drink I ever gave to you in this game.
Yep. And I did the same thing, but I hit somebody like in the forehead with it.
Yeah, hit him in the nose, the bartender. God.
Yeah.
Cute.
And lastly, he just turns towards Rita. And as for you, dear Miss Lindbeck, Rita just sighs as she kind of like massages her head as she puts out her hand as the server just goes, flicks the platter as it turns into a scroll as he kind of places it in her hand. Your report card from the last 5 years.
Oh, that bitch ain't gonna look
Rector,
good.
Rector is laughing.
Sir, I appreciate the joke, but I have graduated close to 7. Nonsense, my dear. There's never a chance to not go and still take stock in one's performance. Rita just unfurls and looks at it. As her face starts to blush a little bit, she just kind of scrolls it back up and puts it in her pocket. The server just smiles knowingly, like, we've been proud of you, simply put. You and all of your friends. The server walks over to one of the tables next to the performing band as more of the lights kind of go up as like a still nice club atmosphere fills the place. Cozy, almost like a jazz club for those over the table, like have like a good view of it. As he sits down, his garments change from that of a server to flowing robes as he just simply gestures to a table in front of him as the Grandmaster spell does go welcome you all to his humble abode.
There he is. He's wearing house shoes.
Yes, he is.
He's like underneath his desk. He's definitely wearing like some fuzzy slippers with like some sort of animal on them.
Oh yes, I will say this to my mind's eye: the slippers themselves are 2 very poofy white bunny slippers. One of them has a little tiny plush green carrot in its mouth.
You're in charge?
Yes, he is. Shade, sir, is this
You
really?
expecting us as well?
Yes, I have. Have been following your exploits ever since we lost Rita to, well, that horrible place. He waves his hand as a variety of scenes appear behind him of, well, your various adventures. You see shots of you dealing with Dashir in a weird cop setting. You see shots of you tackling Strahd. You see meeting up with friends of all shapes and sizes. Of meeting up with Christ, I forgot her name. What was Captain Rachel at the bathhouse? You see Rector jumping into a portal, or getting tossed in a portal, over in. My mind is just blanking on my names. But you see Rector joining the party. You see fighting TikTok, who's oversized. You see meeting your various sisters in their dragon's forms. You see all of you working together to take out Karloff in his various forms at the Battle of Uriel. It's not too often we get heroes of renown like yourselves here. And I must say, it appears you've all been on a crash course to my fair city for a while now. And I'm happy to do what any good professor should do and help out you all in your next steps of your journey.
I'm sorry, you've been watching us this whole time?
Not all the time. I do get... Well, word travels fast when you have, well, a Aasimar traveling with a half-elf, a deer folk, a very large lizard folk, a minotaur, on a ship that was once sunk at sea, that was once owned by a renowned pirate, tackling, well, ones like Tiamat, saving a city from the Pirate King down in Saltmarsh, and I don't know, the recent opening of Barovia's borders. Isn't it to take one that much trouble to put the pieces together?
Rector eyes him. Like, if this dude knew what we were doing and didn't send help, that's what he's thinking. Rector's thinking is in his head. I see.
Well, glad you enjoyed the show.
Not to say well, it's hard not to be impressed when you have real world heroes in, well, the realm once more. Ones that would be fitting to be inside some picture book or just some fairy tale. But it's hard for one such as me to actually leave this city. But I've been gathering, well, information that could help you all in your endeavors going forward. Kind of help fill in the blanks, because while I may not be that much a fighter in my young age of 60, Rita just sighs at the mention of his age. But we do have a knack here of searching the land for answers, for help our students find what they need.
Okay.
What is it you believe we need?
Fair enough. Well, let's take, for instance, you, dear Song of Autumn. I believe you made contact with your, well, ancestral, immortal patron, the Great White Stag, not too long ago. And were tasked with finding and reopening the various mana pools across the land. Would you like to know? Would you like to know where those are?
That would be helpful. Yes.
Indeed. Master Rector. I believe you've been on a bit of a soul-searching quest to find answers from those who, the gods, as it were, or those with power. You'd wish to know how to best answer to them, or find ways to make sure that no one's really left without that help again.
Yes. I am curious now exactly what you have to offer.
Indeed. You, Mr. Shade. Your mother. I know where in the water plane she is.
Then why are you beating around the bush? Where is she?
She is in a underwater fortress run by the remnants of Karloff's men. Which begs one last thing I wanted to bring up. He leans forward towards you, Melchior. I know you had your deepest desire for a ship that can fly.
That is accurate.
You see, all these things, as fate would have it, can be accomplished all one and the same, with your desires, goals, and more.
There is one slight correction, though. I desire a ship that can fly and traverse the plains. I want ultimate freedom. That's what I want.
Exactly. Which is why I'm glad Irida did come along today. As you already have assumed, your battle at Uriel was decisive in stopping Tiamat's followers for bringing her back. Only very little of them really remain in our plane. Tiyet has now taken up Karloff's place as her main enforcer, avatar in our lands. Already she's gone and been making allies in the various dark reaches of our world. Which, in the past, they often would wait for you to stumble into their traps, which I would say it's time we bring the fight to them, wouldn't you say? Oh, he stands up as the whole club scene disappears, as it shifts to look to be that of a lecture hall, as Spell kind of goes down to the chalkboard and brings up a piece and just starts writing on it. Here are the things that I have been able to discern from now. At least up till now. If we wish to go and stop the enemy at its source, we need to fit up your vessel with the ability to transverse the plains, which require a considerable amount of magic, considerable amount of control over the various forms of mana in our realm. Which is fortunate that you have someone already in your party, he gestures towards you, Autumn, who needs to go and open those. of the various planes of the elements, which are fire, wind, earth, and water. Water is by far the toughest to travel to and traverse in. Because you will need the element of, well, wind to breathe underwater. You'll need the power of earth to sink your vessel below its various depths. And you'll certainly need fire to propel yourself to the enemy's base, fortress, to put a stop to whatever Tiyet wishes to do. And what more, to what she needs your dear friend Shade's mother for. More importantly, to harness, but even get to that far, we need to, well, let me roll that back again. But just having power over the elements is one thing. What we need now is to make sure you can use it efficiently. You need to give you tools. So once you do have the material and tools in hand, you can then get to the heart, well, of the matter. So here's essentially your long-term project for the semester, he says with a smile. We need to fit the Lux Eterna using most likely devices that only the gods be able to make for you, while you all explore the various elemental planes as you become masters of the elements. Rita just sighs as she just... What the Grandmaster was saying is that we basically need to ping-pong ourselves between the various planes, getting magical artifacts, as well as something from the elemental planes itself. Precisely.
Well,
Spell
that
nods.
sounds easy. Shade says sarcastically.
If I may, Autumn nervously says, I am not sure if the White Stag would take kindly to me abusing the power that I have been given, and I cannot, at command, open portals of mana. It is something that he grants me at the right time. I'm not sure how I would be helpful this way.
Indeed. Do not worry, Song. You will not be abusing your power. If anything, you are putting the law, the nature of things back into order, to balance. Because it was due to Tiamat's machinations long ago that caused many of these places to be sealed. Our land has been slowly decaying because of it. We're not getting enough energy, the magic, and the mana we need to keep this world turning.
I see.
He turns towards Rector. And you, who's already kind of mastered talking to the gods, I know, as you probably already figured out, some of them are quite nitpicky or choosy with how they handle things here in the material plane. Am I correct?
How in the hell would you know that?
That is the question, Shade, that I agree. I was going to ask, how would you know what I did and did not do with the gods? Not that you're wrong. I would actually use a stronger word for some of them, but
Perhaps it was the stones that we used when fighting Tiamat. There is no way that could be any ordinary. power.
Indeed. I have referred reports of you all essentially recreating miracles. But as to how I know, well, my first form of study was in divination. I've I cannot travel outside my city as I once was able to. But I've hmm, I've been watching. I've Have you never really wondered how you all kind of came to meet in the first place? How like the random happenstance or chance?
Sorry, can you repeat that question one more time? My grandmother came into the room.
Basically, he asked, you ever really asked how it just so happened you all met like you did? Someone had to go and, you know, field adventurers that could help out the likes of Bahamut, of the Raven Queen, in their plans to open up Barovia to prep our world for battle against the second coming of the Dragon Queen.
I met these guys on complete accident.
Indeed. But someone had to go and put in a little suggestion, he smiles, to a certain mad god that it would be a good idea to go and gamble at the Fateful Tavern.
I don't even remember how Rector showed up here, if I'm being honest. Oh,
Sir,
smile.
I was told to be here, or I would suffer for all eternity.
Oh yeah, right, that.
Yeah, yeah.
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
everything he's saying is adding up on my end, personally. he smiled to Mori.
Indeed, someone I unfortunately had to let slip to Sky about your unfortunate mishap with her ancestors. But he always put his heads up. It's only because I can sense the good in you.
I think you need to get your divination magic checked out then.
I'm
You
sorry.
can hide it.
You
Yes, go ahead.
You expect me to believe that the way I joined this crew was all set up to your perfect plan?
Oh no, I never had a perfect plan. Gosh, no.
That... Sorry, I don't buy it. I'm with these guys because I want to be with these guys, not because of some fucking destiny.
Agreed.
Can I roll an insight to see if he actually is telling the truth here, or if he's just trying to sell him, like push himself, like present
Go
himself as more?
Yeah, go for it. 26. You get the impression that he is not trying to upsell himself, but rather he is trying to show his belief in all of you as heroes.
Shade ain't buying it.
I have fielded many many students into this school, as I've also have divined and looked into the various heroes across Versailles. There are many fine folk like you out there doing what they can to help save the realm. There are ones who are handling tasks that I can even begin to imagine, but whenever I see someone who's lost, someone who just needs a nudge, I cannot predict the future. I do not have the abilities of the gods. But my powers, my abilities often has shown me that like any good student, they just need advice once in a while. Including primordials and gods, because sometimes they think they know everything, but there's still things they can learn.
They can certainly do something once in a while.
Which is why I'm glad you're able to teach that very stubborn Zareth something about, well, the difference between being proactive when you have the chance to do some good.
You would not say that all of my people had to die in order for me to be here. In order for Tiamat to have been defeated? You say you field heroes, and just touch a circumstance to make sure that they are in the right place at the right time. You would not have had anything to do with what happened to my people.
He shakes his head. No. My abilities don't cause me to create heroes, rather to find them. In your case, let slip the need for a werewolf hunter. In a respective bar. Whatever I may or have saw, the choices still were all your own.
They were. And they'll continue to be that way. Shade looks slightly sick again.
Indeed. For a true hero can't be something you create or make. That's something that has to be chosen to do. Much like how Rector, despite everything you've seen, you've had to choose to, even after you were freed of Sky's influence, to choose to still continue to do good. Melchior, you had to choose to become the leader of an entire crew to help lead your friends and family across this land, making calls, which at one point even led you to potentially sacrifice your life in Saltmarsh to keep them all safe. Autumn, you've had to, at one point, throw away the very identity you built up around you for the chance at trust. And Shade, you've had to make plenty of choices in the past, some that I can imagine are still fresh on your mind. I've had no control over any of those kind of things.
Whatever. So what's there to do now? What step could we possibly take next?
He ponders for a moment. Well, for starters, probably handling your whole situation with a certain time traveler asleep in your ship.
I suppose. She looks at the others and Melchior. Well, what we are to do.
I'm just glad you already know about it. Having to.
Mori's like, thank fucking God!
It's like, I'm glad I don't have to try to explain this.
Or just lie. or just lie about it again.
Oh god. Yes, what can we do? We do not have much experience in these matters. She won't awaken.
I also will not force her existing person to go to that other timeline if she doesn't want to. That's not what I'm about.
Agreed. She, even as her presence self, I believe, he brings up a scroll in front of him. Yes, is currently studying abroad, learning necromancy. Or probably would not prefer to find her future to be sent to some off realm. But that's the thing about time, about the whole nature of it. It's messy, confusing, and quite a headache.
They're telling us. Wow.
I know. I'm speaking to the choir, or the class. Right now, her past is under the belief that she basically has undone it. Correct?
I think so.
Yes. In her time,
I'm gonna be fully real with you, man. I don't understand a single bit of this. I'm just kind of going with it.
fair enough. Over the table, is that just the character or the players as well? Because I'm just gonna.
It would be helpful to have a refresh on exactly what has happened to Mary and what is wrong with her situation, since it's been several months since we've addressed it at all. So like, how would the professor or the grandmaster define what has happened in the situation? I suppose.
Fair enough.
Over the table. Yeah.
Over the table, yeah. The Grand Master kind of thinks about it. Well, young Miss Cola is stuck in a situation that happens with some time travelers, where if their lives were like a play, the middle act has been erased, leaving their third act up in the air. In their time, their Karloff is still alive and well, which the reason why I should send it back in the first place. Regardless for the reasons were, Karloff was alive. Now they are not, which has essentially made her present existence questionable. It's yet to be written. Now, there is the option that yes, you can send her off to a place where another place where everything is all hunky dory. But that doesn't seem fitting for one who essentially allowed you to defeat a great evil in our realm. What if we made it so that she believed the Karloff you all killed was still alive, without actually bringing the sorry bastard back from the dead?
Lie to her?
I beg your pardon. I'm not sure how making her believe that he is alive would help the situation.
I think that would also require her waking up from her coma that she is currently in.
That is true. There is not much we could do or convince her of while she is asleep.
No. But there's the one that's currently here in the past, who, as far as she knows, the evil bastard is gone. What if we found some way to go visit her and convince her otherwise? There's more than one way to bring someone back from the dead.
But
Illusion?
how would
Looking at me.
convincing her help? I don't understand.
I was with you at first, but now I'm a little bit confused. Like, why would the Mary of this timeline, of this current, the one studying abroad, even know or care about Karloff? Future Mary did from the other timeline, because he obviously was a blight upon their land.
Mm-hmm.
But this one wouldn't know anything about him.
Agreed. But that's why they've been trying to ponder for a bit now. If we were to convince past Mary that the story, I'm going to talk plain out to make sure it's all clear. Basically, he is suggesting that to kind of like pull on a War of the Worlds on Mary, which, if you know that old story, is that basically convince her that there wasn't, that Karloff is still quote unquote alive, create a conspiracy that he's still out there, so that, yeah, convinces her that even though you did kill him, you somehow failed, and to quote Star Wars, and somehow Karloff returned in some form.
Yes, I hear that, but why? How is that helpful?
Yeah.
Because in her,
Over the table, I do not understand why that is helpful. Like, how is that helpful to her situation? To think that Karloff is dead, is alive.
Like the existing Mary from our current
Right.
time, the one studying abroad, who would
Yes.
reasonably not know anything about Karloff,
Right.
because it's not like Karloff operated out in the open or anything, and she's just a student.
mm-hmm. Because by killing Karloff in your time, you basically didn't give, you know, you have future Mary doesn't have a reason to go time travel anymore. So Spell is suggesting let's give her a new reason. Basically, kind of which might have been the original in the first place.
Well, I guess I'm confused because I don't know how many sessions ago when we had these questions, you explained divination and all the stuff as different, like, essential universes, like fully separate realities. And the Mary that's currently passed out that came back in time was from one of those places. So this Mary and that Mary aren't even really the same. Is why I'm confused.
Yeah, over the table, I'm trying to like get rid of all that craziness and just say that the Mary that eventually went back in time was convinced Karloff was still a power problem, and unbeknownst to her, you know, when the whole reason that she went back in time was essentially to ensure he died the way he did.
Okay, so essentially the future that passed out Mary is like saw where we fought Karloff, but he escaped and like I lost an arm and people died. That wasn't actually what you're saying is that never actually happened, but we need to make Mary think that that's what happened.
Exactly.
So
Okay.
this is like the chicken before the egg thing, where it's like of Doctor Who, Blink, where they have to go back in time to convince somebody of something, so they do something that is integral to something happening, but it only. Oh god. And so they're making a big circle, basically.
So we have to cut off Melchior's arm.
No.
You got to.
She pulls out.
You know that
she
I can, like-
reluctantly pulls out her sword. Well, if it must be done.
You know that I could just alter myself at this point, right? And I could just make it look like I have no arm.
So over the table, we're making a circle. We're completing the circle that has to be created in order for time to continue smoothly. For
Exactly.
Mary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, we send her off to another dimension where she failed entirely.
Oh, that doesn't sound.
Agreed. She deserves better.
Yeah. Okay, so I was just over the table saying that stuff to make sure I got it.
Yeah. So this is something I thought of a long time ago. After I spent like almost an entire evening trying to explain the concepts of time I put together. You know what? What if I just like shoved it out the window and came in and say, "Hey, we're gonna go create a fun loop-de-loop here. Stage the greatest lie that Mary ever saw."
Fair,
A
because
time
I'm not smart enough for this shit.
a time loop circle. Like I've seen these in Doctor Who, so I know what you're trying to do here.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody. I'm not even Doctor Who. I can't think of a better example, like in popular media where this is a thing.
I played Chrono Trigger. It's fine.
Oh, you know how this goes. Then. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like I get it now. Earlier, I was like, "What the fuck are we doing?" So we send our Mary, current present Mary, to the future after making her think that Karloff is alive and sliced off Melchior's arm and killed everybody else. And once
We don't even have to send her to the future, from my understanding. We just have to make her think that, so she trains up and becomes the Mary that goes back into the past in our future.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know. Like, it still doesn't fully make sense to me because we're obviously going to keep doing things, and I'm obviously going to have an arm, and Karloff's not going to show up again. So it from a logical, like, over the table perspective, I don't. It doesn't make sense. From like a fantasy perspective, sure.
Yeah.
Fucking let's go. And then our Mary will wake up, or the future Mary that's comatose will wake up.
So
I
they're
guess
the
she'll wake
same
up and-
Mary. They're just different points of time.
So she'll wake up and be able to travel back to her timeline, like to her year. I'm not gonna say timeline because it's one timeline. But she's gonna be able to wake up and just use the cloak to go back to where she came from and live out her life, knowing she succeeded. Right? Am I getting it?
I guess it's kind of like you've made a roller coaster, right?
Yep.
And there's a loop-de-loop in the roller coaster, but right now there's a part of the track missing.
Yep.
So we're just setting that middle part. We're setting the stage so that middle part is in there, so that the roller coaster can.
Yep.
I love Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Yeah. So I guess that's what we're doing, so that if we do this, she'll likely do the things that complete that track, and then she'll wake up kind of picking up at where she left off at the bottom of that loop, and then just continue moving forward from there.
Exactly.
If you're thinking of time as linear in that sense, like
I've got it as loosely as possible, and if I think about it anymore, I'm gonna blow up. Melchior, get rid of your fucking arm.
Please don't blow up. But I'm
We
assuming
we don't have to go and tear off his arm.
Nobody's tearing off
I'm just
my
trying
arm.
to make sure I'm understanding that we're now operating in a mostly linear concept of time here. There's no parallel universes we're working with. There's no time paradoxes. There's just completing a timeline.
Exactly. And actually, over the table, I was going to say that Spell was going to say Rita got it wrong. Even she asked me to learn. Ha ha ha. That's
Rita and your theoretical time concepts. That's just freaky quack science.
Honestly, yeah, I was gonna make this be a learning moment for readers. Like, I'm not sure you're getting this crazy time paradoxy, alternate dimension thing. It's the same Mary. She can't wake up because her timeline hasn't been, like, as you say, properly fixed on a roller coaster.
Oh.
Fortunately for her, Mary is quite the loner, and I can foresee us easily keeping her away from unneeded words here in Aspio. I'll put her maybe working in the library. She'll be lost there for the right time. But she'll still be able to fill her duties to help you all. But the fact remains, we need to find some way to stage her believing that the heroes of Uriel have failed, and they need only her help to. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's out of the table. It's like, yes, we need to go and gaslight a character so badly they travel in time to save their hero.
Yeah.
We need to Obi-Wan Kenobi her with, like, send a little, like, R2-D2 over that has a recording of one of us going, "Help us, Mary, you're our only hope."
We're gonna give her so much trauma, and she's gonna like this. Mary's gonna wake up and she's just gonna hate us.
Well, the thing is that she can never know the truth because that
She's
will
gotta-
just ruin everything.
Yeah.
I'm not asking any more questions. I'm not asking any more questions. Let's just gaslight a halfling, please.
I mean, over the table, I feel bad about it, but also, yes, it has to happen.
I feel bad about it too, but I ain't going with a plan B here.
Yeah, because fortunately, we don't have to harm anyone or yourselves. Though I am looking forward to working out the special effects in your arm there, Melchior. But this does give us a bit of a strategic advantage against your greater foe. Tiyet's whole game is under the belief that her master, her teacher, Karloff, failed. To have it get wind to her own troops that he is still alive may give us, well, you all more time to your journey across the various planes.
That sounds like a good idea in theory, but also the idea of giving Tiyet false morale is a scary thought.
Oh, Tiyet is a woman who never really. She, yes, followed Karloff, but never adored him. She's always wanted power. To make it so that she might have to give it up again might put her of a sort.
Okay.
But I think I've put plenty of questions in your head. Or, I mean, but at least, how to phrase this? I think we put plenty in of questions in your head on your future, but of your past and present. It's rude of me. As a proper professor, I should give you a chance to ask things of what has come before. If you have any curiosities or things I may help with, by all means, please ask, and I'll answer to the best of my ability.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I spaced for a quick second. Can you repeat what he just said about, like, asking him questions?
Basically,
I was writing at the same time. Sorry.
Basically, he's realized he's kind of giving you like a new quest for to move forward on. He has acknowledged that he's not really taken the time to answer any past like plot points or story beats. As they might have wanted to ask a Grandmaster Wizard who has really good divination powers. That if you have questions you want answering, by all means, please ask him. He will do his best.
This is a good opportunity.
The thing is like, Shade doesn't fully trust this guy. She's got a lot of questions, but none that she wants to ask him.
That's fair.
I guess, hold on, I'm writing. I guess Autumn will ask, what is the best course of... Well, actually, no, hold on. Can you tell me if you know if there are any other survivors other than my sister and myself?
Yes, I've found a few. Your first fiance is still out there.
What?
He
Hold
is...
on!
Oh.
Everyone hold! First fiance! Like, this is the most emotion you've seen in Shade's face all fucking day. And she's looking at Autumn with wide eyes, like wide, confused
Autumn
eyes.
turns red, like, it's...
You were engaged?
Well, where I come from, you're kind of matched off with other... You're matched off and you're expected to marry based on your family and your, I was assigned someone when I was very young. It's not very uncommon to have it arranged.
He's alive? You're still technically engaged?
No, yes, no? I didn't know he was alive! Is there anyone else besides Zephyr that is alive? Of course, the one person that survives is the most complicated person that survives.
I've seen... Well, you've already met your sister. There is one more, but I've not been able to acknowledge who. But they're one of the trapped, along with Shade's mother.
Wait, what?
Why would they be trapped with Minerva?
The cult of the dragon have been gathering powerful healers and those of the mending arts for a while now, gathering them in their water plane fortress. To what end, I'm not sure. They are in a section that is heavily guarded with powerful anti-magic abilities. I only know of... I was going to be able to begin to pinpoint the place if we were not for actually Mary being able to essentially rip a hole in through space and time to reveal your mother. To be able to have at least a hint of where to look.
This. I wonder who it is. And you sense nothing about them, that there is someone.
There's someone from your tribe, from the Peltiz clan, in the water plane. Yes.
Thank you. It is good to know that there were other survivors. Though I cannot imagine how.
Attacking your people that day were for imperialistic reasons, yes, but there were... Karloff's had his hand in many, many places, and he used the opportunity to seize someone from your tribe.
Well,
Thank you. That brings me comfort. Although I'm not sure what I will say to Zephyr when I see him.
He's currently in Yogan, a few continents away, so you are fine.
Oh, that's As long as he's well, that is good news.
Yes, he, till to this day, fights for justice and for the good of all to one day hope find his true love. So,
How noble of him.
Do you
Autumn
mean
looks
true love in
very
like?
nervous.
Do you mean true love like in the general sense, or are you talking about like? I point to Autumn
Noble of
specifically.
him. She's like, looks very sheepish right now.
he's an idiot, but he's an idiot with heart.
Okay. She looks at Shade and Melchior. Did say it was arranged when we were but children, and whether or not you actually are fond of a person does not have bearing on the arrangement.
I'm glad we didn't do that with our village.
Melchior
Autumn.
just kind of shrugs. He's like, "No judgment here."
What's
She
up,
still
Rector?
looks kind of sheepish at the fact that Celis is out there somewhere going, "My true love!" And she's like,
How-
married already. Someone
Well,
else.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, my question is like, how do you know he's talking about you? Maybe he's looking for his actual truth.
Yes, maybe someone. Well, I don't know. Get the idea. That's not what we were. She thinks for a minute. That's not really something. We didn't talk about true love in the village. It's a very strange concept.
Maybe he bumped his head. But
Perhaps.
Meanwhile,
I'm just
in
saying,
Yogan,
maybe he has an actual true
Zelda
love out there.
sneezes.
Is what I'm trying to-
but Rector, were you gonna say
That
something?
was.
Oh, just Autumn. There's no judgment here. Though I'm pretty sure the three of us, me, myself, Melchior, and Shade, are enjoying this tea greatly. Despite that.
I'm not drinking tea.
You didn't receive any tea. Autumn is holding her teacup and looks at his wine bottle.
He just takes a sip. I'm just learning so much about my new friends.
Autumn looks flustered. Which I'm sure Rector is enjoying.
by the way, I meant to bring up earlier, as you do drink these drinks, they fill up on their own.
Whatever.
Nice.
Cup.
They are bottomless.
Shade is gonna shuffle over to Melchior and like tug on his sleeve and like lean up to whisper to him.
Mhm.
Do you think
He
he
kind of leans
could?
down.
Do you think he could tell you anything about your crew, your old crew?
I was thinking of asking that, yeah. And about, the ship that caused this all.
She gestures for him to go.
You probably already heard that, but
She was
is-
whispering.
Sorry.
Is there anybody else that might have survived from my crew? And is the ship that attacked us still out there? I still mean to destroy it, and that hasn't happened yet.
Yes. The ship is indeed still out there. As to those of your crew, he focuses for a moment. During the initial attack, 11 of the others were still alive. That number has now been dropped to half. Where those 5 are, I've been trying to discern exactly where. But I will say that for a time, as if it's not becoming clear before, that the cult have been taking advantage of accidents, of disasters for a while now, to mask the disappearing of individuals, whether it be the burning of Autumn's tribe, the attack on your ship, Shade, or the one on your own, Melchior. Well, I don't know where the other 5 are. The first 6 were taken to the water plane where their lives were ended. There's still 5 out there.
Like,
And would not be.
Clenches
Go ahead.
his jaw, hearing that they were taken to the water plane and killed. Would you be able to find out where the rest of them are?
Certainly. I'll do so tonight.
And would you happen to know who sent the ship originally? And where,
He shakes
where
his-
I can find it?
Not sure who sent it originally, but as to whom sent it, I believe they were paid off, or at least hired, to attack the lanes around Florin by the Ravakash Empire.
That's the Mad King's empire, or is that a different empire? Over
That's the
table?
Mad King's Empire, yep.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna have to go speak to that Mad King then, and find this other ship.
Man. Okay, I'm marking that one down on the list too. Fucking Ravakash Empire fucking interrupting our fucking lives. Piece of shit.
Keep doing that.
They're the reason we left our village because of the war approaching. That's the reason we got on the ship.
Seems like they've been pulling the strings as well.
Fantastic. Love to hear that.
That's all I wanted to know. If you can find out about the other 5 and where the ship currently is, that would be much appreciated.
Of course.
Flint, can you repeat what was happening with the Ravakash Empire? I'm sorry. I was writing everything down. Is that
Ravakash was behind the ship that attacked Mori's original vessel, the one that sank the Lux Eterna, which was like the Nux Eterna, I believe, was the original name of it. Yes,
Nox Eterna.
Nox Eterna. Yeah.
okay? Thank you.
Welcome.
Right down.
Melchior, I am sorry to hear about half of your crew, but we'll find the rest of them.
We will. I mean, I've been mourning them all this time, so it's nice to know that at least some of them are still alive.
Yeah. We'll crash that ship too. Break it into tiny little pieces.
He just nods.
Well, fuck it. What about some of my villagers? Any of them survive?
Fortunately, and for a few, unfortunately, yes.
All of them?
Of all the elders, yes.
God damn it.
All the elders are alive.
All 3 of them?
All 3, yes. But there are there are 9 others outside of them that are also living.
I'm good for them. I'm happy. But god damn it.
They don't happen to also be in the water plane, do they?
Spell gives you an annoying look.
Shade
Yes.
buries her face in her hands.
Bunker kind of looks over and he's like, "We don't have to save them. We can just leave them there."
My mother won't let that happen. She's
Maybe she
too
can be
good for that.
persuaded.
She's too good for that. Whatever. What could they possibly criticize me on this time? Oh, what's wrong with your hair? Why are you dressed like that? Oh, your magic's not good enough. You're a mistake. Fucking. Ugh.
Yeah, well, they've been captured and kept in the water planet, unable to escape. So who's really pathetic
I
now?
imagine that their priority will be to thank you for saving their life. I would hope.
We'll see.
Wait, Shade, did your greater village just pick on you constantly?
Yeah, I'm a half elf. Half elf who could barely use magic in a village full of clerics.
You fought Tiamat, lived. If they ever do that again, don't worry about whatever they say. Do the right thing, help them, but forget about them after that. You don't deserve that.
Doesn't matter. But yeah, save them, save Mom, save Autumn's people, find Melchior's other friends. Easy peasy, in theory.
Anything else you wish to know?
Looking at Rector right now, seeing if he wants to ask a question.
Right there.
And granted, you could ask questions. It doesn't have to be just a question. But yes, Rector, do you have any curiosities?
Rector's like just realizing that he just heard his 3 companions that he helped like Tiamat with, that he's been traveling with for a while. I'll ask about the villages that they came from and their people that were dear to them that they were lost, and he's just like, oh man, this is
Suddenly.
Rector knows what happens to his people because he was there at the time. Doesn't need that. He's like, oh man. He takes a long drink and he's like, so I'm curious about what you said to me earlier.
I have said a lot of things, which I bet I get curious about.
Dealing with the god, dealing with making sure that either they no longer have input or they are forced to have, for people are no longer without them.
Well, you already have seen the effects of how one got what that entailed. It wasn't clear. Zareth, the Morning Lord, is no more. He used all of his energy that was built up from the prayers of others to help you all tackle Tiamat. Not to say there isn't a Morning Lord anymore. Your friend Galahad Bahamut now has that role. He merged their entities together to, well, keep the King of the Dragons alive. But of the others, most have been... Some of them have been either caught up in their duties, or frankly too afraid to act more than they already have. Which is frankly why we need to help out dear Mary first. The cloak, for better or worse, is tied to her right now. It's what's keeping her in that coma. It's waiting for the whole thing, the timeline to be realigned or relooped, as it were. Because the cloak of Hartnell has the power to travel through time and space, which we'll need to go get you all to your first stop of visiting the gods to ask for their help in essentially improving your ship. For though Rita has done a fantastic job, I must say, in her study with ballistas and all that, which, not to give spoilers, gives us a proud teacher smile, will help increase technology around the land quite a bit. It'll be way far too long before technology catches up enough to allow a vessel like the Lux Eterna to transverse any plane at any time to reach you to your destination safely, because that fortress is guarded by powers and forces unlike you've come across yet. It is the heart of all the operations of the cult at this point. It is essentially their last stronghold. If we want to get you there safe and sound, we are going to need the help of every one of the gods to make sure you can get there safely. And in one piece, preferably. And before you ask, how did I know all this? Well, I read ahead a little. He kind of like pulls underneath a teacher's desk a little large scroll holding tube, and I may have borrowed a few blueprints from the future.
Is that allowed?
He shrugs. I'm not the one that creates the laws of time and space. I'm just doing my part to ensure we reach said future where these exist. So, if time had a word in the matter, I think it would appreciate us saving its sorry ass to make sure it could actually happen.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Besides, it's not like I'm putting this kind of power in ne'er-do-wells, right? You are one of the greatest group of champions Versailles ever seen, right?
I suppose perhaps I don't know if we're the greatest, but we do our best.
I just do what's necessary.
We're pretty good at what we do. I'll just leave it at that.
We all look at Rector.
I speak
would
for
say-
at least myself.
I would say that the three of them are exactly where we're looking.
3 out of
Oh,
4 isn't bad, I guess.
true. They can always murder you if sorry, discipline you if you step out of line.
He's
Murder.
fine.
That was the DM slip up, not the spell slip up, just to make clear.
Oh boy.
Does Mecca know that you took that?
Not yet. It'll be our little secret for now.
Oh, good. I can't wait to see how she reacts.
Well, she is the one who taught me my divination skills, so I hope that, if nothing else, she'll be willing to listen to her first student.
You were trained by a god.
How old are you?
I'm 60. Yes, I'm
Wait, so you were trained by Sky?
NECA.
Neckan.
Nakan,
Nakan.
the god of destiny and fate, who has
Sorry.
access to the
I-
timeline.
So Nakan... Was Nakan always a god?
None of them
No.
were always gods.
They were originally adventurers like us who ascended.
A long
Right.
time ago.
But,
She's looking at Spell like
She
curiously.
looks
it's
at
like-
Spell and she's like, "Are you a god?"
No, I am certainly not a god.
No, I
Sound-
like him.
That sounds.
That's him
No,
laughing.
listen here. Dashir is a god, and you like him.
Dashir is the only one I like. Well, Sky's okay now.
You don't like the white stag. He has been nothing but benevolent to us and good.
I don't
Not
think
even-
I've ever spoken with the white stag.
Isn't that more of like a
Primordial?
nature than a god?
Well, I suppose. I think he's excellent.
What?
Better
If
than
you
many
do-
gods.
If
She
you do, then
pouts.
I agree. I trust your judgment, Autumn.
But I mean, she looks at Spell. Saying that they are not a god sounds like something some gods might say, so that they do not blow their cover.
I assure you, I am not a god. No one worships me. Well,
Are you
save for my pet whiskers.
Are you certain that your students do not admire you to the point of worship?
I don't think he's a
I-
god, but I don't think he's human.
Rita, you've ever seen anyone pray to him?
Not save for those who are hoping to not have him expel them or flunk them. No, not at all.
Suspicious.
Bell is like massaging his temple at this point.
Just like Rector and Autumn like squinting at Spell, like rubbing their chin with their hand in the same position.
Are we done here?
I would like to ask one more question.
Certainly, anything to please to get off the topic of my age.
Or your deification, but
I'm not a god.
She gestures to her daughter. Why is she this way? She has magic that does not run in my side of me.
Ah, yes, the magical battery baby.
Did you have like some other soul attached to hers or something?
That is what I had rumored, but I'm not sure if.
No, that's. I'll have to take a closer look tomorrow, for it's been quite a long talk here already. But from what I understand it, that blood comes from your side of the family. While you may not be entirely magically inclined, but for anyone of your tribe to live the majority of their life next to essentially a portal to the Feywilds for as long as you have, it would infuse your blood with magical properties over time.
See. Must have passed over me. She has the gift. There are many druids in the tribe. I would
Indeed,
just like. I'm sorry, go on.
Well, indeed, it's different for every generation. Some are more inclined to druidic, some are more natural studiers like myself and Rita. And then there are those, and usually comes in from their father's side, if they're wild enough, well...
But you said it came from my side of the family?
Yes, the magical powers came from your side, but the nature of it, how it would take form, typically comes from the father.
Somehow this bard. She mumbles to herself. She's gonna get back to the ship and look at Barda and be like, "This is your fault." And he's gonna be like, "What?"
I got one light question, not related to anything major. Can you recommend a tailor? I'm looking for something with to be made with some slight magic added to it.
Certainly. You can go and visit the students' wardrobe. What was it called? They say the student's tailor. I guess that's the way I can think of it. But we do have plenty of fine merchants in Aspio, both studying and graduate, that could infuse all kinds of magical properties into your items.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you for answering all of our questions and offering to help us so much.
As I said as you first entered, it's been an honor to finally meet the Eternals of Versailles. Anything I can do to help you, well, save our bacon and do what's good for this land, I'll be happy to lend what help I can.
Okay. Any more questions, guys?
I can't think of anything.
If not, I can go and start up this fantastic dinner and dance number that I'd be happy to do for you. We're just like, I'm out.
Yeah, we
As she heads
should.
outside.
We should get going, guys. She will gesture for everyone to leave the room.
Dancing? I guess Autumn is reluctantly pulled out of the room.
Shade is standing by the door. She is waiting for everyone to leave. She doesn't leave herself yet, but she's waiting for everyone else to.
Perhaps another time?
Apparently so. He waves as you quietly start to leave, I guess.
Rector reluctantly sets down the glass of magically refilling water.
You can take that with
And
you if
he
you want.
So a way to turn it off and turn it back on.
Why not? He just goes and like, taps his finger on it. The magic word to turn it off and on is simply cheers.
Wait, is this an item we get to keep?
Cheers, he says, finishes the glass and watches it not refill and is very happy as he walks away.
Can I have a different beverage in mind? I don't
Certainly.
actually like this.
Okay. certainly.
Has
What would you wish to have?
Something stronger?
What?
By all means.
you just concentrated
Yep.
and it's there.
Absinthe?
Absinthe, oh
you know
God.
What? You know what? That works.
All right. And with your tea glass there. And what of you, Shade?
Has everyone
Do you-
left?
I've left after updating my drink.
Are Autumn and Rector gone?
Your souvenir drink?
Autumn
Yeah.
will thank him for the drink and then also leave so that Shade can ask for her hot chocolate when no one watched.
Oh,
Shit.
Rector is waiting outside, yeah.
Yeah, she'll leave the room, but she'll wait outside.
Shade waits for everyone to leave, and then she'll be like, "Oh, shoot, I forgot something, guys. I'll be right there. And she closes the door a moment, and she looks to Spell and gives him a very serious look. How much have you been watching us? How much have you been watching me?
Mainly the major moments. I try not to gaze when you're all alone. That would just be rude and inappropriate.
Good. Stay out of my business, please, and thank you. And she will offer a slight bow. Thanks for the help. And then she will leave.
You find the door won't open.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yes?
He looks back at you with a concerned look. Is there something you wish to talk about with someone? I understand it would not be with me, but don't hold things heavy in your heart for too long there.
I'm fine. I'm not holding anything in. I am going to roll a deception. Cause she is lying through her fucking teeth.
He simply waves his hand as you hear the door unlocked, and gives you nothing but a very concerned look of like a teacher who's not going to push further, but definitely has a great amount of worry across their face.
Thank you for your concern. I just have too much on my plate right now, as you've probably realized. And she will open the door and walk out.
All right. With that, I think we'll just have our intermission. There it is. Take a break right there. Holy wow, that was a fun 2.5 hours of roleplay.
Woo!
There's a lot of information there. Sure.
Yeah, there was.
Everyone was like,
Yeah.
Shade needs to go get her hot chocolate. No, Shade needed to make sure this guy wasn't being nosy as hell.
This guy, in fact, was nosy as hell.
Too late. He is nosy as hell.
Man, for a character that I made in elementary school, it felt really weird to actually play as him again in my 30s. That was fun. Anyway,
very fun.
I'm gonna go get started on food, and yeah, be back momentarily.
Yep, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go feed the dog. I will
Yeah.
also be back momentarily.
I'll go and make a snack, and I will also be back momentarily.
Okay.
3 moments will pass. Next week.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Momentarily?
Momentarily.
All right.
I'm back. They're all dead. Every single one of them. Welcome back, Osira. Things that you have missed. More time travel shenanigans. Simplified time travel shenanigans. Thank God. I had to fight an angry ice wolf. Yeah. Time travel shenanigans. Some of Autumn's villagers that she had assumed had died are alive and at the water plane with Minerva. Melchior found out that some of his crew has survived, while his old crew, by the way, along with some crew members that had been taken to the water plane and killed, sadly. But there are still survivors that we must find, along with the ship that attacked them. We will be finding that at some point and destroying it. We found out that Shade's elders have survived, along with a few other villagers. Everyone living. Oh, never mind. Yeah, there were some survivors, some dead, sadly. We found out just lore, pretty much. We met a teacher, Grandmaster Spell. Shade doesn't fully trust him. He's been watching us for a while. Shade's suspicious of that, etc., etc. But is Mordecai okay? Mordecai's fine. Mordecai never leaves Melchior's shoulder unless Melchior wills it. I'm pretty sure he has Mordecai, like, standing on his shoulder, looking behind him, like, at all times. So, like, no one could get the jump on Mori. Mordecai is a good boy. Of course, Mori can, like, correct me if I'm wrong. When he comes back. Momentarily. Are you okay back there? What are you meowing at? Bro, what? Yeah. Oh yeah, Cookie's like fucking screaming for some reason, I don't know why. He's got shit to say, I guess. Don't jump up here. No. Sorry, I started choking there. He demands cuddles. Yeah, he does. I should probably take more of this cough medicine.
Oh, whoa, I have returned.
Howdy. Welcome back.
How is
Hmm?
how is you?
I'm good-ish. Getting over a cold. It sucks.
No bueno.
No bueno at all. I just had to take the last of my cough medicine.
Oh no.
May I
That
rest
bad,
in
huh?
peace. Oh yeah. I went through an entire thing of Dayquil in 1 week.
Oh, oh no.
I'm doing better than I was, though. Earlier this week, I couldn't even speak a word or breathe without coughing up a lung. The more I see this intermission screen, the more I can just picture Flit in the stars with a mug in his hands. LOL. I love that. I love my intermission screen. It was gonna be a little bit more temporary more than anything, but I've grown attached.
Hello there.
Hello!
It's him.
It is me.
Don't move. He can sense fear.
Hello.
Don't
I
move.
can
She can
smell
also
your
sense
fear.
fear. Dear God.
By the way, I could kind of overhear you mentioning about the crazy timey-wimey stuff. Of, I'm so glad that if I got to this point where now I've been trying to make this whole story beat be just what it is. Like, oh, a fun little kind of time loop you guys will get to, like, make sure happens. And I'm not sure where or how, but it got to be so complicated that I'm just glad I finally got to that point. Like, yeah, we need to go and basically fool our friend into going to time travel to save our sorry asses later on. Yeah, looking forward to that. Playing out.
Yeah, I was giving Osra the rundown because they had to leave at some point and then came back.
Hey, girl, welcome back.
Asura! She here?
Yeah, well, she's in the chat. Twitch
Oh,
chat.
in the stream. Got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm like, I don't see her.
Well, she can't join the call.
That's right. I forgot. I forgot that we can't do that anymore.
I mean, I could always give them special super secret access because...
But then I'd lose a Twitch
not?
viewer.
Fair
fair.
enough. Fair enough.
Sorry, darling, but I am using you for a Twitch view right now. With love.
Could you use her like this?
She said, I mean, in all caps. I'm waiting for what she means. waiting for that lovely message to come through. I can load the view up on my iPad while I join Cord on my phone. Well then talk to Flit, because Flit has the access. You convincing him, not me.
Yeah. Well, I'll let the slow convincing to me take place over game time. Speaking of which, I meant to bring this up earlier because I wanted to do this before the game ends, when we're all dead tired and going to rest or eat up. Next month, what days and/or weekends would work best for people? Because I was thinking of doing the 5th and 19th, maybe.
Let me open the calendar real quick. If we're doing two times, I don't see why not. For me anyway, that could work.
I should be able to.
That should be fun.
Just give me a heads up on which weekends that we want to do, and I'll make sure I have those weekends free.
Yay!
Yeah, this would be the 1st and 3rd weekends of March. Which
So,
means
5th
I'll
and
have, if we keep up this trend, look at that. The first weekend of April is April Fool's Day.
Oh god.
We have to plan around that. Anyway. But yeah, I know we have like a pizza in the oven, but that should like pop in like, I don't know, 15-ish minutes. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem to grab. I can either do it or Leela can.
I can try to grab it. I'm out here, but I'd have to run away, of course.
Yeah. The other big thing is, how long you guys want to play tonight?
I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm good whenever.
I do have to work tomorrow, so like maybe till 7.
Works for me.
Later.
Make it end at 7. The big thing was finally getting to spell and giving this arc some proper adventure hooks or directions where you guys should go next. Because for so long it's been like, get to Ashbio, get to Ashbio. But anyway, yay, structure to a story. That said, cool, let's get into this then. So, you guys have just left the humble abode of Grandmaster Robert Spell. Yes, he has the first name. Rita is, I think it was like the first to leave. She's outside staring at her report card as you just hear mumbling underneath her breath, like, he gave me an F.
An F?
She flips it towards you and shows that everything else, like heroism, A, being there for your companions, A, furthering the study of magical properties and technologies, A. But at the very bottom, concepts of time and matters with space, F.
Oh, well, I suppose everything else is an A, so perhaps focus on that?
Yep. That's what I plan to do. Crazy old dudes.
I suppose everybody has room to learn and improve?
Yeah. Listen, I think I need a little bit of time to myself. I haven't seen my family in almost 6 years. Probably gonna go visit them tonight and catch up. What will you do for now? We'll be all right in the city.
I don't suppose it would be a good time for me to visit the school of transmutation?
True, transmutation, yeah.
Honestly, just point me in the direction of that library you were talking to me about. for the magic artifacts, I'll be solid.
Certainly, I can help get you all to your proper places on the way as I go home. What of you, Captain Rector?
I'd probably just go for a walk, maybe a little flight, stretch my legs and wings a bit. Elliot did say he would arrange accommodations for us. So.
Oh, good, good.
I'm just looking for a tailor.
All right. Well, follow me, and yeah. She rolls a scroll up and starts leading on.
Listen, do you want perhaps for us to ask Elliot, Master Elliot, to take us so you can go visit your family?
No, no. You're my friends and practically family. I'll be fine enough to get you where you need to go. I do appreciate the thought. Anyway, this way.
I
Yes.
probably would have used like the sending stone to send the message to Elliot once I left the office.
Okay.
While Shade was having her interaction with Spell.
Roger that. Okay. As you do that, you do get a response back from Elliot. Perfect. Do you need more extra space for your crew, or you just need enough for the four of you?
I think there's plenty of space on the ship for the crew.
Okay. Okay, and do you want to have all your own separate rooms, or just one large room for all of you to share?
I think we would want our separate rooms.
Radio.
There is. I do want to interject over the table. There is someone with a small child, so like that probably separate rooms is best.
Yep.
Child wakes up in the middle of the night, will wake everyone else up.
Yeah, that's right. I think you said separate rooms.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that. Sorry. Anyway, carry on.
Okay. Fantastic. In that case, when everything should be ready around 6 o'clock. Right now, it should, I think, be right around, we'll say, 4-ish? 5-ish? No, we'll say 5. So you guys, all of you, like an hour, at the very least, to meander before your rooms are ready.
Perfect.
All right. All right, I'll send word when everything's ready. Until then. Rita sensing the tension. Okay, right this way. She leads on. Turning a few corners, she points towards this musty building, kind of lined with pillars made of marble and stone. That over there is one of the main central libraries, specifically with artifacts. I actually believe that is the one Mary one day ends up working at.
Cool. Well, that's my stop. She'll step forward and just kind of like offer a wave to the others.
Take care, Shade.
Don't wait up. If I find something interesting, I don't know when I'm coming back.
Well, will you send us a message if you're going to be late?
I'll try and remember.
Well, that's all I can ask for.
She just offers another wave and wanders in.
Entering the building, Shade, you get don't give me a roll. You get blasted with like this vast scent of like old dusty books as you enter in this expansive library that is just quieter than the grave. You see wizards, going about their business, researching and what have you, but otherwise, not a sound is being made.
Well, I feel out of place. She takes out the hilt of her moonblade, and she doesn't obviously brandish it hey, everybody's hands up. No, she goes to the front desk, to one of the workers.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there. Could you help me find a book on something?
The woman on the other side of the desk looks over this Orcan woman sure. She speaks loudly, yet you hear no echo outside the small desk you're at. What are you exactly looking for there?
A book on a moonblade, if you have something like that. Any information regarding a moonblade. Any information you have regarding Dark Fae, or the Fae in general. Memory loss. Deals.
Okay. Certainly. Right this way. And just to make sure I check in carefully, who are you visiting here in Aspio this day?
Who am I visiting?
Yeah, it's you're granted you're not visiting right now, but who is he visiting a family, a student, a certain professor?
Shade does not know how to answer that. An acquaintance.
And their name is
Elliot? But I also stopped by and talked to Elliot. she pauses, not wanting to give up Spell's name.
certainly. She kind of writes something on a book behind her desk. Right this way. She leads you into the library.
Yeah, hey, is that information confidential?
No. It's how we make sure we keep track of who enters in these, I don't want to say hallowed halls, but just want to make sure we don't go and give wrong information to the wrong individual, you see. Just
Makes sense.
give it a paper trail, yes.
Oh boy. Fair enough. Lead the way.
All right. Meanwhile, outside, the three of you continue walking through the streets. Eventually, make your way back to the transmutation school, where now, unlike before, is actually just a regular old building. It's square looks like to be lined with a nice little collection of ivy. The windows themselves all seem to have a nice warm glow coming from the inside. It is, if anything, I guess if you didn't know any better, it looks like a nice cozy old hotel, I would say. Nice kind of Art Deco vibe to it.
Oh, this definitely looks quite different from when I was here last.
Rita just nods solemnly. Yeah. As I said, it's always best to come to these kind of places, the school after hours. I once had a class there for a semester, and you never know if some days you'd be walking through a pool of pudding, or the next fighting your way through a cloud of bats. It made things interesting, to say the least.
I see. That is quite frightening. But then it looks like this after hours. She gestured at the building.
Rita nods. Yeah.
Oh, that is fascinating. I would not have imagined that something could change so drastically in form with such ease. Saw it earlier.
Yeah, no, it's the people there certainly are eccentric, but they do mean well. You know, you have to when you're dealing with mages that can turn you into something else on a whim, of which I can imagine gesturing to Sabine, you would be quite used to.
Well, I'm still getting used to it. It is quite an experience to not be sure if something is going to look the way it normally does or behave the way it normally should. But I know that she doesn't mean ill by it. She is just a child.
Indeed. Well, do you need help finding someone to talk to in there, or will you be all right on your own?
Perhaps yes, if you could direct me to the right. In the right direction.
Certainly. She turns towards you, Melchior and Rector, if you're still together. Rector, you should find the tailoring district about 3 or 4 blocks due east of here.
I see. Rita, can I ask you a
Yes.
question?
Certainly.
Are you okay going to see your family? You seem not yourself when you bring it up.
I'll be okay. It's not that I'm regretting to see my family. It's the fact that Have you even found yourself when you've been really disappointed or just depressed, want to go to someplace safe and warm?
Yes. Yes, I have.
That's exactly why I wish to go visit my home now. I have, having dealt with being dead for a year and having, well, almost dead and everything else, and just everything dealing with Tiyets, I could do with just seeing my parents catching up. And also, I haven't seen, well, my panda in like over a long time.
I'm sorry, you're what?
My pets, I have a pet red panda.
Rector's face lights up. You're joking.
No, I am not.
Okay. We're
You're
gonna
not
keep.
excited about seeing this panda?
Yes, are we allowed to see this panda? I assume Autumn is still here.
Yes, yeah.
I have never seen
she's
a red panda.
she is blushing. Yes, you'd be allowed to see my little Nero at some point. I
I have
just
never seen a panda. What is the difference between a panda and a red panda? Is a red panda a panda but
It's-
red?
it's like a raccoon. It's like a panda bear. I've never seen a panda bear. It's like a tiny mixture between a raccoon and a fox.
See. Does it take more after the fox or the raccoon?
It depends on Nero's mood. It's she's turning most certainly turning like as red as a tomato. My little I couldn't bring them along with to Barovia and I just basically like she is like dropping every kind of like important facade she can to hide the fact that this is bringing out like almost like a cute side of Rita, who just misses her little tiny little red panda Nero, and is trying her best to hide it as she's starting to like almost do the cute little like finger poke thing you see in anime sometimes. Just well, you see he's got fuzzy little black ears and a poofy tail. When he gets angry, he turns it to be really big, and he was my first familiar, and my grandma gifted him to me, and, well, she's just a very good companion that I would really like to go and see again. And I hope that they have not forgotten me.
I'm sure they haven't.
I'm sure they haven't. Yes. I won't keep you any longer. I just suppose when I enter the building, I should find someone who can help me.
Yeah, so I'll go and help you find them. Yeah,
Thank
I was
you.
going in with you.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you.
Indeed. Captain, do you need help finding anything in the city, or are you...
Nope, I'm just, like I said, going for a walk. Taking the
Okay.
sights for a bit.
All right. Splendid. Okay. This way, Autumn. I'll at least get you situated to finding some professor inside. Maybe I can find my old one that taught me a thing or two. How's that sound?
That sounds wonderful.
All right. I will see you all tomorrow. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if my parents invite you all to breakfast. So don't eat too much in the morning.
I will be sure not to.
Sounds good.
Okay. She waves and... Oh,
Good
go ahead.
luck. I was just thinking.
Certainly. Oh, go ahead.
As Autumn and Rita walk off towards the School of Transmutation, Rector will not look over to Melchior. Do you got a moment?
Yeah, of course.
During our meeting, dying with Spell, did you mean what you said, that the only thing you truly want is freedom?
I mean, freedom and to save the world where I can. But yes, I don't like to be tied down.
You said true freedom.
Yes.
Honestly, I couldn't stop thinking about that. I never asked why you do what you do.
I do what I do because
You want that true freedom to do what you want to do.
yes, pretty much. And I think everybody deserves to have freedom. That's why I don't take kindly to people exerting their will over others. And that's why I, despite being the captain of the ship, try not to do that to any of you.
I wanted to say, before that comment you made offhand, or comment you made to him, I trusted you because of everything we've been through, even though we haven't really talked as much as some of the others. But I'm grateful to be aboard your ship and working with you, because I believe that you and I share a very similar ideal and dreams for what we personally want, even if our reasons for it are very different.
I can sense that too. And if it makes you feel better, I'm not much of a talker. Anyway, I prefer to let my actions speak rather than just my words.
Well, that's all I wanted to say, Captain. He says, pats Melky on the shoulder. I'm gonna go get some new clothes, because I am tired of being made fun of. And he walks off.
LOL!
I'm excited to see what you buy.
Rector will kind of like just smile, walk away, wave back as he's walking away, and take off towards the tailor.
I'm gonna turn around and walk away and say under my breath, I'm still gonna make fun of you.
Yeah, I was about to say you're not free of that, my friend.
is Rector able to find a tailor easily?
Give us a perception check. Let's see how long you meander around.
See how quickly he gets distracted.
Yeah.
And so I'm waiting for the character sheet to load because roll 20.
Yeah.
There.
I do love Melchior's theme. It's so triumphant.
It fit him.
Fit him well.
24.
24. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't take you much time at all that you come across a building up front that says Ross's. In all hours, by the way, it's like Ross's wonderful, radical rares.
He's going to a hot topic!
Rector just like looks at it. He's like, eccentric, just like this town. And he walks in. And imagine it has like a little like bell on the door too when he opens, so it just rings as he opens the door.
As you do, you enter the room, and it's just filled with all shapes of colors, of different like garments, of robes, of suited ties, of suits of armor. As in the far back, up behind a countertop, out will pop a simple blue dragonborn who has a cute little blue bow tie in a very nicely dressed outfit. It's just, oh, excellent. It's sort of out of town. Oh, wait. Let me guess. You're one of the fraternals that are in town, right? I've heard so much about you. Wait, you're all like, are you the half elf? Not to see any ears, but still, you guys tell me everything. I'm so curious.
Rector holds up his hands. Whoa there, buddy. What is your name? Start with that.
I'm Ross, and you are.
I am Rector, and yes, I am part of the Eternals crew. No,
Wait.
I am not a half elf.
Wait, are you the deer folk? Man,
No.
you have a lot less fur than I expected.
Nope, I am not Autumn.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Let me guess. You are. Wait. Are you Captain Rector Melchior? We've already been told to kind of put forward any kind of charges towards the ship, provided you happen to be the captain.
I am not. Melchior is the captain. I am not Melchior, Ross. My name is Rector. I am a human male. I am sorry to disappoint you.
Oh no, that's disappointed. I just have to check my expectations. Either way, come on in. Let's get you all looking just fantastic. I have to say, my fashions are sure to spark jealousy across the land.
I am more interested in your ability to enchant clothing and garments that you make.
Oh, that I can do. But here, tell me a bit more of what you have in mind. Meanwhile, back at the transmutation school, Autumn, you walk in with Rita and get a nice glimpse at this wonderful lobby made mostly of wood with all kinds of golden trinkets scattered about the place. As Rita just kind of like whispers over your shoulder, just so you know, one of the first things students learn here is how to make gold. It's usually the first thing most people want to find out. It's also the first thing we teach people studying from out of town how to recognize false gold. It's how we keep the whole economy, from crashing.
I see. She's looking at all the gold. So much gold. Is it actually quite simple to construct gold?
You'd be surprised. I mean, for a time, there's the whole thing about, getting a philosopher's stone and all that, but it turns out it's just a good few careful spells.
See? What is a philosopher's stone?
Oh, it's this magical doodad that supposedly could be the catalyst to do absolutely anything, like, bring people back from the dead. I don't know, maybe fuse your soul to a suit of armor. Maybe, gosh, give yourself a really radical, cool mechanical hand that can be turned into a sword.
I see.
Yeah, you can find out all about that in the Full Metal studies.
Studies. I see. As opposed to
Don't
not
don't
Full
sign
Metal?
Sabine up for that. Don't sign Sabine up for
I,
that. Don't
I
sign
can't
Sabine up for that.
that. I see. But I have questions, but don't want to take too much of time. Where should I? She's looking at all. Where do I go from here?
Well, if they are still there, you can talk to my old professor, Professor Durva. They are just down the wing over there to the left.
See. Thank you. Maybe I can. I believe I could take it from here then, unless you wanted to introduce yourself. She looks a
Oh.
little out of place in this large building.
Certainly. Though, frankly, Professor Durva is quite friendly, and well, they are. I think that they think they're gonna like you.
Okay.
Rita kind of leads you on a few bends and turns as you come to a door that's just smelling lightly of lavender. As you just hear this nice, quite little hum from a bit high, more let's say more like a mix between like a tenor, no, kind of maybe like slightly below baritone. As you see this figure wearing let me double check this, make sure I get this right. Red robes with nice black flowing hair, just clapping their hands as they are turning a little cat figurine from gold to wood over and over again, just kind of practicing, like, as you say to stuff like, oh, let's see, there we are. Good, now make it a tabby, perfect. Alley cat, good, and Rita kind of clears her throat as the figure turns. As you see this professor has wonderful purple eyes, long lashes, and is stouting a wonderful, beautiful mustache and beard, which goes really well with their nice rosy cheeks and just nice touch of lipstick. Miss Rita, is that you? Yes, Durva. It's been a long time. Unfortunately, we will have to cut it short because I think I have a certain someone, a mother, a friend of mine, who would love to talk to you.
Autumn steps in front of Rita, or steps next to Rita, and says, "Hello. My name is Song of Autumn." She bows slightly. I am one of the Eternals. I've come because I need your help. If you are willing to assist me.
Sabina giggles as the wild magic goes off.
Oh no, it's happening.
As for just a brief moment, she goes and creates a second version of you standing right next to them. As she casts a mirror image before she hiccups as the figure disappears.
Oh my.
Hiccups again. As she suddenly regains all of her expended sorcery points. So she's been recharged for shenanigans throughout the day.
Oh no.
I see.
I have heard from Rita that the the person who knows the most regarding transmutation. My daughter has uncontrollable spurts of magic that she was born with. I know very little about this kind of magic. I was wondering if you could help me with training her and assisting her development. She is my firstborn, and I am regretfully inexperienced in this matter.
Meanwhile, back at the library,
Library.
Shade, you get eventually shown to this little cozy nook of a nice wing where it's kind of empty, but the books are lined all the shelves from practically floor to ceiling as the aura kind of takes you around and just easy to hear. You should be able to find what you seek here. She points to a section that right there pertains to, well, the Fae, where right around, she points to a corner in the back. To the left of there should be a section on, well, ancient blades. Hey, you know what? I'll go grab that for you if you wish to peruse the Fae section.
That's fine. Any rules about this place that I need to know about? I'm not from the city.
Certainly. Well, if we should take anything out, please come speak with me back at the front. And whatever you do, don't go try and rip anything out of the books or like scratch anything out. They get kind of snippy.
The librarians?
No, the books.
What?
Oh, practically everything in Aspio has a mind of its own, and has its own ability to defend itself. So, don't worry. We make sure to feed them every evening, so they won't get bitey.
I'm sorry. Am I about to start reading a mimic?
Yes.
That's normal here?
Yes. Well, I mean, they're not exactly like mimics, but they're all. Everything here is basically a construct.
Shade looks very out of her element. This is like the equivalent of taking a country girl and putting her into fucking a high-tech city. Okay. She goes over to the books on the Fae, and she like looks at the books and goes to pick one up, and like as she's picking it up, she's just like, excuse me, I'm sorry. She opens the book.
As you pick it up, you hear a slight little kind of like not a voice, but a tone that sounds like, as it appears to be happy to be lifted up and soon to be read. It actually almost sighs as you open up the cover. It feels warm in your hand. You get giving this sense of just like happiness, as it's just not like fills you with happiness, but like, okay, this object happy to be read.
Shade's gonna cast Sending to Melchior and just be like, hey, can we go out for drinks for after this? Thanks. And that's it.
Melchior just replies, thumbs up. Verbally.
And she'll start like perusing the book, trying to like find anything on any way of like annulling a deal with a dark fae or anything of the sort, or how to find a dark fae.
Fair enough. Give us an intelligence roll. Let's see. How well can you do book?
I would hope very well. Not well at all, actually. I wish I had an inspiration. Cries.
Hang on. Sorry, mouth is full. Uh, yeah, you start to feel a little bit of anxiety going through the first 5 books, which, as you do put them back, you do hear them kind of like, "Oh," as they go back on the shelves in time, or in turn, I should say. Uh, but it does take you, we'll say quite a bit. You probably at least find a book on any kind of dark fae, which it occurs to you at this point that the librarian that helped you get here had long ago walked over, simply like left the book on Moonblades at your side while you were deep in thought. But you do eventually find a book on Dark Fae. The details itself, well, before I go any further, let me ask this: which do you wish to know first? How to break contracts or how to find them?
I think the most important part right now is how to find them. We can worry about breaking the contract after I find it.
Indeed. The details you find are this: that to find a dark fae, you first need to find one who has made a bargain with them. Typically, leave some kind of mark upon their body or soul to show the sign of the deal. But with a certain like apparatus or certain like magical like assistance, there's like a tether between them and the fae that made the promise that kind of connects the two. You find one, you find the other.
That doesn't help.
As to the second part, as to how to break a contract, there's 2 ways. The typical way is to make a new one with that fae, which does come with the caveat of typically coming at a higher price. Or B, killing that fae, which is also a difficult endeavor. More often than not, the dark fae or evil often tend to be the older of their kind, and therefore are not resilient because they can take more blows, but are typically more crafty in keeping themselves from harm's way.
Shade scratches her head. She looks very frustrated. And she takes Breeze out and sets him on the table and just kind of like lays her head down looking towards him. Breeze, I don't know what to do. I've got 2 days to try and figure out as much as I can about this face so I don't have to make a deal with that thing. But how the fuck am I supposed to find out anything if I don't even know where my dad is? This sucks. She just fucking lays her head down.
The books around you give off a slight "oh, here," as you can swear like a paper next to you is trying to like pat you on the shoulder.
Okay, she's gonna start looking through books again to try and see if she can find different types of dark fae. Maybe somebody has it on record of maybe somebody has a record on the Phantom, maybe somebody has a record of a different dark fae. Maybe she can start narrowing this shit down.
Certainly. Give us another intelligence check. All right. You come to a section on the shelf. You see all kinds of like various books. That you see a selection, a nice spread of them on Dark Fae. You go to reach for one, and it zaps you.
Ah, what?
Not painfully, but enough to kind of like startle you, like have like a static shock.
Excuse me? She's gonna grab the book? What was that for?
It shocks you again, but harder. Give us a con save.
Ugh.
Yeah, you drop the book flat on the ground.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, fuck it. She's gonna grab it with her prosthetic.
You feel a shock at the nub where your arm connects to the prosthetic, as it just kind of like falls to the ground, still clutching the book.
Oh, come on!
Give us an insight check. All right, keeping that same roll. What's your? I should have asked for perception. What's your perception modifier?
My perception modifier?
Yeah.
I have proficiency in that, so that's bonus. Okay, so 8, I think. If I'm
Okay,
reading
so
that right, maybe.
So that'll be still be 10 as well. Okay, should be okay. Cool. And you notice that as your arm drops to the ground, you see a little brief flash of green light across where your arm was connected to the prosthetic, as it kind of like reverberates up the arm. As your metal hand kind of drops the book and then points to another one on the shelf.
Shade snatches her fucking arm up and looks towards the book it was pointing at.
You see a book across. You see that it's a guide to Ravenloft.
Huh? She'll take it.
The book lets off a groan of like an elderly gentleman, just like as it just like approves of you picking it up.
Ah, right there in book form. Understood.
Wow.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Rector
Alright.
will remember this.
No, you won't, because you don't hear any of this.
Rector,
Rector-
wherever he is, sneezes.
As you pick up the book and open it up, it actually opens up itself up the rest of the way as the pages start like flipping fast before it just like stops on a section on phantoms.
The Phantom?
On phantoms, not on phantoms.
Okay. Shade, unsure of what this has to do with Dark Fae, reads through it. She got shocked for this.
Okay. Meanwhile, back out on the streets of Aspio. Melchior, you say you're taking a walk. Do you have any curiosities you're trying to find? What's your instincts leading you? That's what I meant to ask.
No, I'm kind of just trying to take in the sights. I don't think I've been to. I mean, I don't know if I've been to Aspio before. Since it's not really a port town. Well, I guess it kind of is. I probably haven't been here for a while. So I'm just trying to get my bearings, I guess.
Fair enough. Okay. In that case, give us this is no modifiers, just a straight D20 roll.
D20 roll. There it is. That's a 1.
1. Okay.
Yep.
So we'll say for a brief hot second that it kind of takes you a little bit to get your bearings in this place. Not because, you're no stranger to wandering different towns. It's probably the fact that this town itself is strange to begin with. You can't tell the times if it feels like you are purposely being led astray in a crazy maze, or it just happens to be just that much controlled chaos. You realize after probably a bit that it's certainly the latter. It's just controlled chaos. But you will say actually eventually come into the city's main marketplace, where it's just kind of filled with visitors. It's gives off at first glance the impression of a souvenir gift shop to the place, because there is people of all shapes and sizes trying their damnedest to get different kinds of trinkets. You see like mock tiny little costume robes for kids visiting who might come to study there someday. You see cute little puppets being sold that bear kind of some resemblance to you and your crew. As you hear someone shouting like, "Get your Eternals merchandise! Get your Eternals! Get them on the hat! You might get them signed by your favorite hero as they visit the city this fine weekend."
I kind of just like chuckle to myself.
I didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, I kind of go up and be like, "Hi, I'm gonna sound like a strict question, but are these licensed?"
Oh, they sure are, and I must say, I do love your cosplay there, sir.
Well, I have to know, who did you,
Who?
Yeah, who did you license these from? Because, I don't remember signing any kind of licensing fees or agreements.
Well, let's see here. He goes underneath and pulls out a little sheet of paper. It appears that, let's see. Do you happen to know a Kato?
Oh my god! How is that even possible?
I've heard the name, but as far as I know, he is not part of the crew that you're representing here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The contract here says that it was all squared away when you competed in his Coliseum back in Barovia.
No, that's not accurate at all, actually.
Well, that's a shame, because it's always been a hot seller. The playset of the Eternals taking on the the dark creature from the Black Forest.
You mean TikTok?
Yeah, that's the one. It's a favorite set of theirs.
I mean, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Kato doesn't represent us in any way. In fact, he's actually a prisoner on our ship right now. So this contract isn't valid.
Roll charisma.
Where did he find the time?
Charisma?
Where did he find the time
I don't know
to
how
do
he fucking
this?
did this. Yeah, how did he fucking do this?
18.
18, okay. Over the table, basically, he's been having the merchandise deal based on the heroes ever since you guys, went into his establishment back in, like, Curse of Strahd.
Oh my god.
So
So
good.
it's been like almost like a year now, at least.
A couple of years, yeah. He's been, like, making bank on the side on your adventures.
Oh my god.
We threw him in jail, lol.
I love it. I love it.
Is this your boy? Is this your boy, Rector?
He's an entrepreneur. He's a good deal.
The one of Rector, the stuffed animal of Rector, just looks like Severus Snape from the Harry Potter videos. That's just what it looks like.
I would just like to say that Kato just got us a new form of income.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like we're getting any of the royalties.
Yeah, it's like we're not getting the money. Where's the money
where's
going?
the money?
Oh, I'm pretty sure
yet.
we're getting the money now.
Well, now, okay.
But anyway, 18. The store owner just kind of goes with white face. Oh wait, you're not. No. Really? No. If you would mind signing a few things, that would actually do a wonderful for my profits. Nope. Sorry. My apologies. Got excited there for a hot second. Like, you're Captain Melchior. Yes.
That is correct.
The shop around the area kind of goes quiet as everyone starts turns towards you with this utter expand glee in their eyes. Can I just like shake your hand?
I present my hand.
He just shakes it, calmly, just like, I was there in Saltmarsh when you fought Captain Barry. You and your sister kicked some serious ass. Like, I can't believe this is happening. Like, you feel this little tug on your pant leg as this little kid looks up and with this toothy grin, holding a tiny little Melchior plushie.
Oh my god.
It. Melchior. I mean, their parent kind of steps in as they clear their throat. Sir, if you wouldn't mind, can I just like get a quick pulls out a little book for the kid, an autograph.
Of course. I sign it, provided that it's blank and that there's nothing else written.
It's really blank. Yeah, the kid just gives you this biggest warm hug.
Aw.
I return it.
Before long, you have like a whole fan club around you of different people from across the land. You have a few Dragonborn who are just like, we're gonna what you did to those Uriel assholes. God, good for you to show them, what a true warrior is like. You have what looks like to be a few lizard folks who are just like, hey, do you mind if we just lick your not seductively, just like
What?
You want
Can
what?
we lick you?
I just can't imagine what we we don't actually know. You're too good for the land. Like, frankly, if I was more ravenous, I'd eat you straight up because I've never, had hero before. But
you could certainly try. I can't guarantee it'll go well for you.
But during this all, you probably, how long do you want to stay? I should ask, because you basically have a fan club forming around you.
I mean, I'll speak to whoever wants to speak to me, and I want to renegotiate this contract. So until that's done.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, give us a. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm happy to have him continue selling these things, but the money needs to go to us and not to Kato, because Kato is a cunt. I'd also want to obviously discuss this with Jade, Autumn, and everybody else to make sure that they're okay with this.
Yeah. Yeah, the shop owner, by the way, who is a lovely tiefling with quite a charming smile, just goes and lets others go through just to kind of meet you, as young and old are all just excited to meet basically a real actual hero. But it takes probably a good 40-some minutes before you actually hear a voice in your head of Spell. When you have a moment, I have located where the rest of your crew happens to be. When you have the time.
I reply back, yes, I'll be there shortly.
Yes, until then, give my regards to the little ones. They are quite... you do good for a lot of people here. Have fun. Okay. Meanwhile, in the tailor shop, you've been taken to a closer to the shelf, the back to the desk, Rector, as Ross is already kind of laying out all kinds of different kinds of different magical elements that he would use to infuse into your clothing. Now, tell me exactly what's the kind of enchantment you want in your outfits.
Rector is feeling some of the fabric, looking around as he's going with Ross. I simply want to take the coat that I have, get something made newer than this. He says, holding up the very old, dirty, worn. It's clean, but it looks dirty still. Coat that he has on, and I just wanted to hide any magical items that are underneath it or in its pockets from detection.
From magical detection, or prying eyes?
magical detection. They'd be
Okay.
underneath my clothes, so it'd be hard to see normally. But
You want the Highwayman special, I see.
Howie, man.
Highwayman, yes, I ne'er-do-well trying to hide all kinds of manner of roguish things from a guard's eye.
Rector smirks. Yes, I think that fits me.
I had a feeling. I feel like I could get a sense of your style. Now, let's talk options here. Now, you want to kind of change up your color palette? Do you want to brighten up, or do you want to keep it, well, this whole dark and gloomy, edgy thing?
Rector feigns hurt and pain, and feigns looking aghast at his gloomy comment. As he is about to retort, Lord Jacob, his bat, pokes his head out from where he's hiding, tucked behind his neck, and Rector's like, same color pattern as him, white with some gold.
Ooh, I like it. Not to say you need to change a heart, but it is a bit easier to hide when around more heroic types, I guess. Or at least you're gonna show your own change of heart. I don't know. I might be thinking too much of this. I've heard so many stories about the fraternals. Like, is it true that one of you once fought a oversized barracuda with nothing but a lobster?
Rector is racking his mind, has no idea what Ross is talking about, but he immediately goes, it was actually 2 oversized barracudas.
Oh my god. I cannot wait to share this with the others. Man.
It was actually they were actually brought down by Shade, the half-elf.
My gosh, Shade the half-elf? The one
Yep.
who is half elf, half tabaxi? The one who is
Exactly.
like a mate to Scribs?
Oh.
Exactly. She actually laughing out of character.
Spreading rumors about the crew that are just wrong. God,
Can't fucking believe this.
God, only you would do this. Only you.
When Shay gets really mad, her arms turn into lobster arms, and she clamped them both in the face and shook them around.
I have so much work to do. See, I'm... Okay, can you keep a secret?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a few of the others aren't actual like licensors of selling, merchandise for you all. So we're gonna try to make our own, we call them action figures. And he goes out underneath and pulls out this little box with these cute little wooden toy figurines of all of you, with little tiny handmade clothing that you can only assume Ross made. As he pulls out this little tabaxi half-elf looking thing. But I think I'll be able to kind of put on some kind of lobster grips on Shade.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. Who did you sign a contract for this?
No, not yet. We were hoping to go talk to someone soon. We heard your friend Kato's in town, the license holder. He's your manager, right?
Rector just looks at Ross. Kato is a friend of mine. He is not the manager of the Eternals. However, I would be happy to make a deal with you.
Kill him.
Oh my gosh. Okay. In that case, I need to get the crew here to give our pitch, but first, let's, on the house, I'll do your clothes for you, just if you give us, really promises to put in the door, because this will do wonders for business.
Sure, I'll even get Captain Melchior to come.
Roll deception.
Don't ruin our reputation in this town. Ah!
Them
Or
thinking
rather,
I'm
I
a,
should.
them thinking I'm a tabaxi might work out in my favor, actually.
God damn it!
Rather, I could try to get Captain Melchior to come, though I do not know if he would be
You're
interested.
gonna they're gonna roll deception. Just gonna okay. All right.
Not a crit.
Oh my fucking god!
Ross turns from his shade of blue to almost a perfect purple, just in full-on blush excitement. Okay. In that case, come here. I need to take measurements now. We are going to make you look like the star you are, Rector.
Oh my god.
Rector suddenly is like, I don't know if I want to look like a star. I just want to match my buddy here.
Well,
He says as he's petting Lord Jacob.
Yes, of course. As much as I want to do like a montage of this, I will need to actually get an image of what your new outfit's going to look like before I go any further. So we're going to hold this for now. This is amazing.
Oh,
Okay.
hold on. I have a suggestion for the outfit. I will just a second post it for Rick.
Oh my god.
BGs.
Oh my god.
Just like just you know, white suit.
I will say this, if it becomes that, I will straight up change Rector's theme song to "Staying Alive,"
Oh my god.
which, for those who are not old enough to know, the BJ sung "Staying Alive," the classic '70s hit. Anyway,
I'm just gonna post the cover of the album. Of course, you know, the picture from Saturday Night Fever, like that I just need to Rector now needs to be wearing the outfit. I mean, come on, it's perfect. Just please.
oh my god.
You get
I think this might be a good segue. Just getting his new outfit to check in on the classroom with real quick, because we have we're almost to 7 here with Derva and you, Autumn. Rita has already given her a chance to head out to excuse herself to head home. But Sturva will say, set the scene right now, has been like asking you questions more precisely about Sabine. So tell me, how long was this the Newt, the robot construct fellow, serving UT for again?
several months before Sabine was born.
I see. Well, I would certainly say that it sounds like you had done a good job. I mean, keeping Sabine here under wraps. They, the little one seems to be keeping herself together. I mean, most parents would have crumbled underneath the pressure by now.
Autumn has this like thousand-eyed stare, thousand-yard stare. Really? Well, I haven't gotten very much sleep for the past few months. And I've had other more pressing matters to worry about as well.
Indeed. Well, I know with you and your adventures, you can't stay in the city for too long. But let's try this. They go behind their desk and pull out a little fuzzy teddy bear. This is one of my students' first practice items. They are often asked to turn this bear into, well, metal or something else, something to turn on fire. But just for tonight, let Sabine sleep with this. What my students don't know is that the bears are enchanted to monitor their magic control. And, well, this way, I cannot see why not letting the little one here take a little nap with it. Can maybe get a better sense of your child's power levels.
I see.
Over 9,000! Okay.
She does not seem to have much control as of yet. She is only about 2 months old, so I'm not sure what to expect regarding control over powers. It just seems to be so much, so quickly, and happens quite unexpectedly that to be able to help her, suppose, channel it in a way that is not destructive would be a good first step for her. I do not wish to stifle her abilities if this is a gift that she is meant to grow into, but I could imagine it could be dangerous or perhaps difficult if she were to transform the wrong thing. It's very unpredictable. I don't know if she has any control over it at all.
Indeed. Well, in that case, take the bear, have her sleep with it, but also the professor goes and picks up the cat she was working with earlier as they go and clap the hands around it and let go as a little pacifier appears from their grasps. I've transmuted this into kind of like a magical sponge of sorts. But I know this won't be a long-term fix, at least for the short term, until at least you can more talk with your child. This can at least maybe focus all of her magical energy to one place, doesn't hurt others.
Oh, I see. She looks at the pacifier, and it takes her a minute because it looks different from the things that would be used in her village. But it clicks very quickly what this is meant to do. She looks at Professor Dervo and says, "Thank you. Is there a way that I can repay you for this?"
If you happen to be Rita's companions, then I already assume that you're one of the Eternals. And frankly, if the stories I hear are true, you've done enough for this land. But I will say, I would adore the chance of trying out one of Autumn's famous, dishes when you come back here tomorrow.
Oh, certainly. She looks a little embarrassed. Suppose I could try to cook something on the ship, or, well, if you had a kitchen here, I could cook something here, if that is all you want.
Well, yes, but don't just mean here. Like, we don't have the proper cooking facilities. Like, it's
I see.
it's no pressure. It's no pressure.
Oh,
I just.
Well, of course. I will. Yes, I think I could. She rattles around in her bag and says, "I think I have some cooking materials in here."
Isn't it gonna be on the spot, dear? Just take your time. Just, I have to close it up anyway tonight.
Oh, fair. I'm so sorry for keeping you if I have kept you late, but thank you so much. She gingerly takes the bear and then offers it to Sabine. And she says to Sabine, "When you want to use your magic, can you try using it on this bear?"
Roll persuasion
Okay.
on baby.
Oh god, I don't even know. Okay. Why is my character... Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, where is my thing? Work? Oh god. That's not terribly good.
Bean looks at you looks at the bear, puts her little grabby hands towards it.
Autumn lets her take the bear.
Sabine looks at you, looks at the bear, looks at the professor, back at the bear, gives it a hearty hug as she giggles, as the bear suddenly takes a good 30 points of lightning damage. It's just like giggles and just shocks it as the lightning doesn't go towards the bear, but towards the pacifier also in your hand. Just kind of like sucks it all in.
Autumn like is holding the pacifier out at arm's length, like as far as she can as it's sizzling, like as she looks a little frightened.
Your hair is now currently standing on end from the static energy, as is the professor's.
She attempts to pat it down with her other hand and then like tries to slip the pacifier into Sabine's mouth, like looking a little alarmed and apologetic towards the professor.
I'm glad she likes it.
So sorry. It's not always this electric, but sometimes. I suppose that wasn't transmutation. That was something else.
That was probably evocation, if anything.
See, I am very new to this. From where I come from, we mostly practice druidic magic, so this terminology and the separation of schools is new to me. I beg your patience. Thank you, though. She does seem to like it. The bear is intact, I'm assuming, somehow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And the professor just kind of giggles along. Yes, I would assume so.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile. All right, I'm just gonna say for these last two bits, it'll probably be 5 minutes each, so we're probably ending at 7:05. Poses. Okay. Shade.
Huh?
Back at the library. This section you find details the phantoms thusly: that there are many of them. However, unlike other fays where it's like different kinds, fairies, pixies, and the sort, the phantoms are just one. They're just a collection of phantoms. However, there are lesser and greater phantoms. The ones that are greater are the ones that actually have thought, have power, able to make deals with other people. According to the guide itself, at least at the time of its writing, there was roughly about 15 of them. The 15 greater dark phantoms across the land.
Lovely. Does it state like any specific names for them?
Hang on, double checking my numbers here. Okay, there's actually been 21 of them. Of the names of them, flipping around and through the book, you see most of them are nameless. You do find that the 21st one, though, which the book does list as like the leader of all of these, like the head phantom of them all, has the name Riker next to it, which seems to have been almost seared into the page, almost forced in. Like it looks like a scar upon this tome.
Does that name ring any sort of bell with Shade?
Other than knowing that that is the name of the phantom that has your father's name Yes.
Okay. Well, that's what I was asking. Does she?
Yeah.
Because the Phantom has never introduced himself as Riker to Shade. So basically, what I'm asking, does she put that together that that is her father's old name?
That I don't
Because
wouldn't
of
say
the deal.
so, but I would say that they're next to the wording itself. You just know that roll insight. Let's go with that.
Yeah, because if she recognized that as the Phantom himself and saw that he is now calling himself Riker, Shade's smart enough to put two and two together. But it's more of a matter of does she recognize that as the Phantom?
Gotcha. At insight of 11, over the table, knowing that I actually never have like introduced them together, you wouldn't know that that it is their name.
Okay. She does keep that name in mind.
Yeah.
Like, she writes that down and, like, writes down the name Riker. And then looks to the other book that was dropped on the floor. Okay, I read the passage you wanted me to read. Can I pick you up now?
The book just sits on the floor and just shrugs. As you feel, if you hear a sight like ringing of a bell coming over the book you were just reading. As you look towards it, as you see a glowing green bell that smells oddly of cigars, kind of like turns from the bell and points once again back to the passage on the Riker Phantom.
Hi? She tries to touch the orb.
It dissipates before you get a chance to.
Okay, she rubs her eyes, looks back at the page. Did I miss something?
Underneath the passage under Riker, the oldest and strongest of all phantoms. At least they were, until they were thrown from their place of power. As they were once the rulers, the high primordial of the Shadowfell, before they were defeated in combat by the Raven Queen, who overtook them as their place as the lord of all that remains in the realms of Ravenloft.
I have to talk to Melchior.
Meanwhile,
Wait.
Melchior! Melchior, okay. We'll say... we'll catch back on the plot with the merchandise. I can imagine you would like to talk to them more about that later. But at the end of today's session, I was going to say we were going to end it with you meeting up with Spell about your crew.
Sounds good.
Okay. You make it back to the cottage, we'll say after a good hearty time, giving plenty of love towards the fans. As you do find him, once you get inside, but you find no trouble opening the door, as he's sitting in all places at a reconstruction of your captain's cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for coming back so promptly. How much do you remember of your old crew? Their faces and names, Melchior?
I remember everything about them.
Excellent. Because you may need that to your advantage. I was able to find out a few things. They are currently on the Earth plane. They apparently have been a basic workforce, kind of like essentially slaves during all this time, mining, I guess, materials for Tiyet's armies.
So she's been keeping them as slaves, you said?
The cult has, yes. And with Tiyet now in charge, it sounds like, yes, she's also been continuing their punishment, I guess, or slavitude. Servitude, that's the word I'm looking for.
As he's saying that, like the normally like calm look that Melchior keeps on his face like cracks for a moment, and like a little bit of like that radiant energy just flares.
I had a feeling that'd be the case. Which is why I wish to talk to you about, once we do tackle getting anything sorted with Mary, about the first god will need to go and be more open to helping your crew.
Who would that be?
That would be, if we want to get through the earth and getting through that hard rock, we need something that can help dig deep. We're going to need to get you in contact, you're all in contact with Alana, the Life Keeper. Because she has been, I believe, a pacifist for too long. It's time for her to help you be more proactive with her gardening.
Melchior nods. Sure, Shade will enjoy interacting with them as well.
There was one detail I wanted to ask, I was kind of fuzzy on. If you pardon me, Captain. Your predecessor, the one eventually who trained you to be the captain you are today,
Drake.
was he on the vessel the day it went down?
Yes, everybody was on the ship. You
That's what I
generally don't
thought.
leave people behind.
Well, I'm happy to tell you that still holds true to this day. Because he is also with the rest of your remaining crew in the Earth plane.
Because that's widened just a little bit. You're sure?
Spell reaches out to the desk and pulls out, as cliche as it may be, this is the kind of wizard he is, a little crystal ball. As you see figures going at the walls in some dark, dank cavern. As a lantern kind of wafts across their face, as you kind of see old familiar friends and family you've not seen in a long time, as it kind of rests on this older gentleman that is, without question of a doubt, your old captain.
He's alive!
Jeez. I was not expecting that.
Yay!
Wait, Flint as a DM is really the DM of, we thought they were dead, but they're not dead! They're alive! Surprise!
Sometimes a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. Looks at Shade's elders.
Looks at Zealous Zephyr. Sweats.
Sometimes he even does the, oh, you thought they were alive, they're dead. Oh, wait, no, they're actually still alive. Looking at Melchior's parents.
Psych.
It's
They're
fine.
alive, but they're in a sword. They're alive, but they're in an orb. They're alive, but they're in a skull. They're alive, but they're in the water plane. They're alive, but they're in the earth plane.
It's fun.
They're
though.
alive, but their mind is broken, and you have to fix it.
Oh my god.
Oh, good times.
Yeah, it's not that I don't like killing characters, it's just like, it's fun to have characters from people's past and making the most of them.
Hell yeah.
And you guys have such colorful, awesome backgrounds, it's hard not to like, you know what? I can bring everyone back, but bring some of them back. also have to do a quick shout out before you all separate ways to my deck of many NPCs animated deck because they helped me create characters on the spot, like the orc that was helping out Shade in the library, like the tailor that was helping out Rector, and my personal favorite, the transmuter professor, who truly is non-binary.
Oh yeah.
I love them.
They are so precious as hell.
Do you
Fuck
have
yeah.
like a picture or no?
I'm
There's a camera.
showing a camera, yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah,
My
look at
camera is Discord camera.
Discord camera, yeah.
I need to make this bigger. I can't see. Actually, hold on. I can just walk in.
Yes, you can walk into the room.
live in the safe
Hold on.
life.
I gotta walk. I gotta take my headphones off first.
Flint, show him again. Show him again.
Okay, here was the tailor that was geeking out and gossipy with Rector.
Uh huh.
This was the professor, the transmutation, who is I'm not sure if there's their intention, but I see them as they because they look fantastic with their fantastic eyelashes and mustache and beard,
And that
the
was
cute
who?
little kitty. This was Professor Derva.
Okay.
Yeah, I use this for your librarian, which I know is technically a blacksmith. But that's okay. I can use these cards how I want. They're
Hey,
great
anybody
instant
can work in a
instructions.
library.
Yeah. And this was the tiefling that was selling the Eternals merchandise.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Instant NPCs when you need them.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna end the
Mhm.
stream there.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Wow.
watching, everyone.
What a wild way to end that.
See you guys.